Hello. Oh, whoa. What's going on there? We had a little Rodan action. Yeah, because Rodan needs more love. I'm just saying. The reason why you did a whole video about it. But hello, kaiju lovers and Henshin heroes, because I'm sending this out to the Henshin Power V3 your YouTube channel as well. Omni, are you sending this out to your channel?
I hope so.
Did you tell it to?
Well, what do I have to hit in order to do it?
I thought it usually when someone pops in.
There we go.
I was gonna say usually when.
I need to have an account for this, and I don't have one anymore.
Oh, okay. That's unfortunate.
Sorry.
So yeah, it's all right.
People know about it though. They should be tuning in.
Okay, that's good because usually, like I said, I usually try to get it out to. I try to get it. If someone else has, something to send it out to their channel. But anyway, so my name is Nathan Marchand. In case you don't know, I'm the host of such podcasts as the Monster Island Phone Fault and Henshin Power V3. I'm also, an author and an overworked panelist and potential calf head. Yeah, and joining me today is the Omni Viewer. So
you say calf head, but you don't look even remotely bovine.
I see what you did there. Yeah. Where's my rim shot? I keep forgetting where my buttons are. Crap. There we go.
Worth it.
Yeah. Anyway. Go ahead and introduce yourself, Omni.
Yes, I'm the Omni Viewer. I was at G-Fest this year, hosted a few panels, all of them with this guy. And, we're going to be talking about that. Hopefully you'll be able to see them soon, assuming we get footage within a reasonable amount of time.
I'm going to be honest with you, though. I don't know how good the video and audio is going to be because their approach to it was you just turn the camera on in the back of the room and just let it run. And okay.
And we'll find out.
I guess, we'll find out. At the very least, the audio should be half decent. But also joining us tonight is my executive producer, Defender of Puppets.
Hi, I'm Damon Noyes. I am primarily a postman / actor and a neophyte when it comes to writing. And I also attended G-Fest this year and also co-chaired a panel with this guy. If I'm pointing in the right direction.
You're not.
That guy. This guy. Wherever. The way I'm seeing it, he's over to my
I was going to say, by the way it's set up for me, I am on, if I'm looking at this as a viewer, I'm on the left, you're on the right.
Got it. Yeah. It's inverted for me. Yeah. We co-chaired a wonderful, insane panel. The kaiju boom of 1961, primarily
the European
kaiju boom.
Yeah, which we will definitely be talking about because you weren't expecting me to do that.
No.
Learned once again, never give Nate Marchand a crazy idea because he'll make it real.
And that's why I do half the characters on your podcast too.
Yeah, for sure.
Crazy ideas.
And just to let everybody know, if you're wondering about Damon's audio quality, he's using a gaming headset because for tonight, we had to keep it timely because it's only been a week and the rest of my July is going to be insane. So tonight was the best time to do it. And hopefully by the time we start doing some proper recordings later, your audio issues and tech issues will be resolved.
It should be. My brother is sending his tech expertise down from Portland, so I should be having a new computer up and running within a couple of weeks. Here's open.
Yeah. Well, the autistic Bigfoot says you sound fine. So.
Oh, okay. Thanks, man.
So, real quick before we start getting into everything, we've got a few people in the chat, so we'll say hi. So once again, hello to the autistic Bigfoot, who just finished binging through the show on YouTube and jumped onto Patreon and like a crazy person just went straight to $25. I'm not going to stop people, but I'm like, okay, fine, go ahead. And I said, okay, you can request something. What do you want? And he's like, could you do books? And I'm like, sure, why not? So he sent me a list of things, and one of which was something I purchased at G-Fest. I had every intention of getting it, and he said that was on his list. It was Soul War, the Titanic Creations book. So I picked that. So I made sure to pick that up, and I think he requested it. So I'm going to do a quick little impromptu episode about that one. And then also with us is another patron, Jonathan Cartwright, aka Gamera Sith, aka Crazy Gandalf. Well, when he had long hair, he was Crazy Gandalf. Are you guys winning it as Rodan? Huh?
I think that's what should be pronounced whining.
Whining. Are you whining? Winging it. Otherwise, just like, are you encouraging our favorite kaiju pterosaur to get inebriated? That sounds like a bad idea. Also, moo. Moo.
I was gonna say, if we're winging it like Reptilicus,
Oh, but only in the Danish version.
So this is the Danish version of the
of the G-Fest live stream. And then Edwin, one of my most hardcore fans, but he's got some serious competition anymore. Because I ran into a patron, actually, Devin Torrance, during G-Fest, and he's like, oh my gosh, he was flipping out to see me. And he's like, hi. It's like, oh, you're Nathan Marchand? Yeah. It's, I love your podcast. Hey, thanks, man. It's like, I'm Devin Torrance. You give me money? So, and then he bought a bunch of my books. So was just over the moon. So seriously, serious competition. But Edwin, they have paneled 1,000 miles and will panel 1,000 more. Beware the post office. Radiant Black has taught me once, Damon, was there as a plant.
Just to be the man who paneled 1,000 miles to fall down at your door.
Of course, Ryan would go there. Sorry, I keep forgetting. It should be Omni, but anyway. Yeah, I slip it to your author name.
Just remember, the post office has ways of knowing where you live.
Oh,
and what you order. Yeah.
Yeah, more vaguely German bad guys for you.
That's all I get these days as far as acting.
or Russian robots,
Again, crazy ideas.
Yeah, crazy ideas. And then we have I'm not familiar with this person, Enjiri 777 must be one of your fans.
The J might be silent. It might be Enjiru.
It could be. Yeah. You have a high spam commando and can't type. That is this guy. There is a long one of these days. I'm just gonna have Jonathan on the show and be like, okay, we need to explain this bizarre history that we have, because now the latest chapter of it is I have become the spam commando, and because of that, I made a meme where I found a picture of Arnold Schwarzenegger from the movie Commando holding a bazooka. And then I took a can of spam and put it over the bazooka.
As long as that's your only definition of commando, I'm okay with it.
Yeah. We don't need to see a naked Arnold Schwarzenegger with a can of spam.
No, I was going to say naked Arnold Schwarzenegger happened a couple of times, but there was no spam involved.
Exactly. But we don't need to see it. That's what I'm just saying.
I understand that. Yeah. And then Autistic Bigfoot here again. I'm a Bigfoot researcher as a hobby. I've always been considered crazy. You know what?
My brother in Squatch.
Yeah.
Let's say I am Gen X old school. I read every book there was at the time and saw every movie there was and every In Search Of about Bigfoot, Sasquatch, the Yeti, you name it. I saw it. I was fascinated as well. I am just so glad that I never went out into the woods and tried to do it myself, because I hear he stinks.
That makes sense.
And
what's funny is my sister, or my real sister, not the pseudo sister, who's played by my real life sister.
Character break.
It's complicated. Anyway, but she has become quite fascinated by Bigfoot the last couple of years, which is why I laughed when when Christopher Reiner, the Sentai guy, pitched me a script for the Ultraman audio drama that I'm doing as a tie-in with season 5 that would involve a mutant Sasquatch attacking Fort Wayne. And I'm just like, dude, you don't realize how perfect this is. Here, let me give you a backstory for why. Because he's like, yeah, Jessica is going to be in it. I'm like, okay, let me give you a reason for why she would be there. So, and you know, mild spoiler coming at you, but it's basically going to be, she's coming to see my sister Sarah, because that's always been an inside joke about how the two of them get along. You know, because they're like, we're the sisters we never had anyway. And that she's going Bigfoot hunting with my sister.
Well, on the topic of cryptids, have you ever been to the International Cryptozoology Museum
in Maine?
Mm-hmm.
I haven't even been to Maine, so no.
But I was once, but long before it was around.
What I would love to do, and maybe this could be an interesting topic of discussion at some point. I don't know what it would be, but I do not live very far. It's maybe one county over to the home of probably Indiana's most famous, we'll say, unique cryptid. Because a lot of the other cryptids, there's been Bigfoot sightings around here and things like that. But in terms of like one of the cryptids that we can claim as our own, I'm one county away from it. But his official cryptid name is the Beast of Busco. But around here, we call him Oscar.
Yep.
Anyone familiar with the Beast of Busco?
Oh, yeah.
Is he a grouch?
No, unfortunately.
That's a shame.
But he is, and actually, there's a reference to him in the show, actually, because he's been moved to the island now officially. But Oscar is a big turtle, lives in I think it's Lake Cherubusco by a small lake town, also called Cherubusco. Was spotted in the late 40s and became a national sensation for a couple of weeks.
Nice.
And you know, and then nobody found anything, so everybody moved on. But the town since then has just embraced the whole thing. They have a turtle mascot. Their annual summer festival is called Turtle Days. Like, they've completely embraced the whole thing,
as was foretold in the scrolls.
Yes. And I have a friend who is a writer, and he wrote a play actually some years ago based on that whole just fiasco. It's a comedy, and it's called Turtle Soup, and it's about like everybody dealing with the fact that they're the center of attention for these couple of weeks.
I did hear that he beat a jackalope in a race at one point.
Oh, see, I didn't know that. Yeah. I still have long hair, by the way. Okay, so I guess it's just an older picture.
Or maybe
I would know that. I do watch your YouTube videos on occasion.
It might be a mullet, so all the long stuff is hidden.
Yeah, it could be. Yeah, he's going full to the 80s with that. And Jake Hambrick, one of my co-hosts on Henshin Power V3 and a patron. What's up, guys? I can't stay. My wife and I are watching Obsession. One of the breakout hits.
Obsessed with Obsession.
Good romantic movie. Yeah. Good date movie right there.
Yeah. Perfect one. Yeah. You know what? There were three breakout kind of like indie movies made by basically YouTubers. And I've only seen two of them. I saw Iron Lung and I saw Backrooms. I haven't gotten to Obsession yet. Partly because it was the least interesting to me out of all of them. Because it's a monkey's paw story about a guy trying to get his crush who doesn't like him to like him, and bad things happen.
Oh, a Twilight Zone episode. Got it.
Yeah. But hey, maybe I'm underestimating. Maybe I'm underestimating it. I don't know.
I mean, that's why independent filmmakers are sometimes better than studios, because they are willing to do that weird twist or that unusual idea on a tired story. Because we all know the monkey's paw. We all know it. It's tired.
Yeah. I mean,
now that I know what it's about, I'm kind of interested to see where it goes.
Yeah. Well, I mean, there's an Ultraman movie that's a monkey's paw story. Yeah. And because of that, I'm seriously considering putting the original short story the monkey's paw in the running for the Kaiju Crypt future
Oh,
episode, because, you
that'd
know,
be
if it has it's stories that are either Kaiju related or they have ties to what's been on the show, and the monkey's paw would qualify, even though they don't call it out specifically, but it's that kind of an archetype.
so let me guess. It's an Ultra 7 episode where all the monsters he is brutally murdered come back to haunt him.
No,
Because
actually,
such
but I'm thinking it's one of the movies. It's one of the movies.
That's
It's
not fun.
Battle in Hyperspace, where it actually takes place in the quote unquote real world, and the Ultras and everything, they're just TV characters. But this kid finds an orb. I think it's an orb. Is it an orb? Pretty sure it's an orb. And he finds out that it can grant wishes, and he wishes for Ultraman Gaia, who is his favorite Ultraman, to come see him. And then Ultraman Gaia gets ripped from his actual universe into that one. But then a bully kid finds the orb and wishes to make a monster, and then so bad things just start happening. Yeah.
Of course.
So monkey's paw. Then we also have the Punko Taku Scribe. I hope I said that right.
Yep.
Every G-Fest comes. Oh, every time G-Fest comes, I look at all the posts and sing, "I want to be where the people are." Oh, I'm so sorry.
Well, we all have, what's it called? Red Bulls.
Yeah. Hopefully you can join us next year. Yeah. What? Oh, wait. It's a long story. I wasn't like, what did he put in the chat?
We can't say that.
What? That is going to be for the Patreon exclusive G-Fest After Dark with Matt Walsh, but not that Matt Walsh, because stuff. Anyway, what happens on the patio stays on the patio. That's all I'm saying.
What happens at G-Fest stays at G-Fest.
Yeah, we'll expand it out. It's out there, guys. You know the internet. Omni, plug the Cryptozoology Museum. He just did.
Yep.
Yeah.
Well,
oh, by the way, hello, Faith LLC 53.
It's a limited liability corporation.
Yeah, I was gonna say.
All Faith is.
Yeah. Oh yeah, your very own Gamera. Yeah, that's basically what he is. He is a Gamera.
Except he doesn't fly, shoot plasma.
No.
And doesn't save the earth.
Arnold and creamed corn.
That's it. I know this particular individual. That's an inside joke of sorts.
Okay. Yeah, Edwin here again. I know another way the story with the jackrabbit and the turtle ended. Hint, not very good. The turtle went to the jackrabbit's house. Let's just say it was a Betty Gilpin movie called The Hunt. Oh my. That's like, what is it, like Twisted Fairy Tales or something like that? Which is weird because that's only if the only ones you know are the sanitized versions. You want Twisted Fairy Tales, just read the original Grimm's Fairy Tales.
But then you don't watch Rocky and Bullwinkle. That's a lose-lose scenario.
Yeah.
Well, true. just to point out, the Tortoise and the Hare is not Grimm. No. It's not one of the Grimm fairy tales. I think that's an Aesop fable.
Yeah, no, I'm just saying, like, a lot of them, if you go and look at the original version.
No, they're terrifyingly horrible.
The horrifying stories we tell our children.
I think I summed it up. We did an improv competition where we had to do it, and my punchline was everybody dies about Grimm fairy tales because nobody ends up good in that.
Yeah. I've got to watch, Jonathan's, I got to watch Iron Lung and Mortal Kombat 2 ASAP myself. Iron Lung's better. I was disappointed with Mortal Kombat 2.
Yeah.
I felt very let down by Mortal Kombat 2. Hot take here. Best Mortal Kombat movie is still the 1995 movie. Fight me. Which actually is a very appropriate thing to say because it's Mortal Kombat. Fight! Anyway.
And you missed the opportunity to say
what?
And he missed his opportunity to say "get over here."
Yeah, get over here. Yeah, that's true. Yeah. Punk Otaku says Obsession is his favorite movie so far. Well, maybe the hype is real. I don't know. Let's see. I really need to catch up on the Ultraman series. As someone who just finished the entire franchise a few months ago, well, I finished everything released by Mill Creek / Alliance and then some. Whoo boy.
It's a
Yeah,
journey.
you have a wonderful journey ahead of you, but it is definitely a journey.
There's some in the 70s that I just can't, and that's my time period. And
70s Ultraman is kind of insane.
some of it's good. Some of it has great ideas, great monsters, interesting kaijin, interesting seijin. But then you get to not Taro.
Ace.
Oh God, Ace. I think that's the one.
See, here's how I feel like 70. The slight divergence here, but I feel like 70s Ultraman. The farther you get into it, at least in that first half of the 70s, before you get to the anime and then to 80, it's just different. It's like progression on drug use. You know, because Return of Ultraman actually isn't all that bad.
No, it's not that bad.
Return of Ultraman, it's slightly trippy at points because it gets into some wilder ideas. So I don't know, maybe it's like an occasional puff on some marijuana or something. I don't know. Then you get to Ace, and you start experimenting with crack, and then you get to Taro, where you start taking some LSD, and then you get to Leo, where it's full on cocaine, like pure undiluted cocaine.
From Ace on, those 3 years, the biggest issue I had was that one, all the vehicles were like Datsuns with added stuff, and not organically added stuff. It just, there were things and protrusions and
the helmets started getting kind of
oh my God, it was, and the guns looked like toys.
Yeah,
I understand they were designed to sell toys. I understand that, but still, when I was a kid, I wanted a toy that looked like a real gun or a real ray gun. I didn't want something that was brightly colored and had bulbs and bobs and flanges and fins and everything. I wanted it to look functional, and nothing in those 3 years looked functional.
Yeah. But then you get to the anime, and it's much less trippy. It gets wild because it's science. It goes full on science fiction and space opera because it has the freedom of animation to do that. And then it evens out and goes back to 60s normal with Ultraman 80.
Yeah.
And then it's gone for about the decade.
Well, 15 years. But if you came to one of the panels that I did with my friend Jake, Chris was supposed to be in it, but he wasn't there. But, we talk about how Ultraman was still busy in those 15 years. They were not idle.
Was 80 the Australian one, or was
no?
Okay,
no, that was the last one made in Japan. That was the last TV series made in Japan. And the one you're thinking of is Towards the Future, or Ultraman Great.
Right. Thank you. Because I remember catching it on TV and going, "Wait a minute, they're speaking English. They're actually speaking English. What?
With Australian accents?"
Exactly. It's like, hold on. Am I having a seizure here? Is this really happening? Is this Memorex?
What you don't realize is that Mad Max is just around the corner in one of those, and
that doesn't surprise me.
There's that great episode where Ultraman goes beyond Thunderdome. I'm just saying. Okay. Ultra. I regret nothing. Also, hello, Gyakushu and Shin. Nice to see you. 95 MK is still the best. Thank you. Hello, Autistic Productions. It's good to see ya. I didn't know if you'd be available tonight. Or else I might have actually invited you on. Yeah. So because this was kind of last minute. But thanks for being in the chat at the very least. Yeah, for 70s Ultraman, you need gummies and a certain tripping ingredients. Yeah, Autistic Bigfoot here again. Remember, kids, don't do drugs and stay in school, or else you may end up making weird Ultraman series. You're not wrong.
Definitely not.
You're not wrong. Although, admittedly, there's even after the Showa era, once you get to the Heisei stuff, which for me my overall favorite era of Ultraman is the Heisei era. And overall, I mean, they're like that first like those first handful of series in the Showa, like they
So
are
good.
classics, and you can never take that away from them. Especially those first three, Q, Man, and Seven. Holy crap, because that was when Eiji Tsuburaya was still working on it. But Heisei is my overall favorite era, and even they still get kind of weird at points.
So that's Dinah,
Tiga, Dinah, Gaia,
that's the other
Cosmos, Nexus, Max, and Mebius.
Oh.
And then if you want to include it, Ultra Galaxy. Those two seasons, but that one was more like it's a space opera spin-off set in the Ultraman universe, and occasionally Ultras show up. And then the New Generation Heroes era starts with Ultraman Ginga. Yeah, it's Ultraman Ginga.
I think I stopped with Gaia is when I was unable to get the rest of them back in the day. So,
well, I recommend grabbing the Milk Creek sets as much as you can, because I don't know how much longer they're going to stay in print.
Yeah,
it's kind of weird, but anyway, we need to get into some G-Fest. So that's what we're here to talk about. Well, let's see. Well, I'm not doing anything right now. What do you think, guys? Should we just bring him on?
Come on down. You're the next contestant on Bet Your Life.
You bet your life. What? All right. All right. We're gonna invite you on here. Let me send you a message on Facebook. So anyway, so Damon, for you, this was your second G-Fest. Your first was last year.
Indeed, I was just a patron last year, and I saw as much as I possibly could.
And the wife came along with you last year, and
because
I mean, hugged me as soon as she saw me.
It was my birthday present, Christmas present.
All the things,
and she got it the year before. She said, "This is what I'm paying for a hotel. I'm paying for the deal. You just have to go there, and whatever money you spend in the dealer's room is your business." And I did check in with her occasionally. Didn't really pay attention to her, unfortunately, and she was fine with that. She was actually having fun just watching me have fun. And you
got a giant claw figurine.
Yeah,
thanks to us.
Yeah. You and the wife got me my giant claw. Just not the marionette, because I know that's a hard one to get.
I'm surprised no one has made an official marionette replica of the giant claw.
Well, Danny DeManna did say that that's one of his next projects is to actually make a Lacarnia marionette.
Here's the thing. I don't know if he'll be. He'd have to make a second one for you.
Yes, he would, and I would pay him for it. No doubt. In fact,
go.
I would also pay him to make a Reptilicus one, and an accurate Reptilicus one. Not a Reptosaurus one, so
not a Reptosaurus, yeah. So
there are like 3 Reptosauruses. So.
I know,
yeah, kind of, yeah.
Mommy, daddy, and little baby.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, even the design completely changes after a certain point. So.
The legs get longer, the skin turns orange.
Yeah, we've been over this. The Reptilicus is never consistent. So, Omni, how many G-Fests have you been to now?
This is, I want to say, my 4th, possibly 3rd or 4th. So
it's got to be more than that, because you came. I remember hearing you on the audio of a writers panel.
It's been intermittent. I haven't been able to go annually. So there have been times where you guys would have been there, but I wouldn't have been. So
yeah, I'm pretty sure it has to be at least your 4th.
Yeah, that's what I would say.
Yeah, at least your 4th. I'm not. Do you remember when your first was?
It was back when you remember that audio happening.
That was, I want to say 2019.
Yep, before humanity's lost year.
Yes. Well, for G-Fest, it was 2.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. My first G Fest, it was funny because I saw they had that little display rooms, like a mini museum for G Fest. And I went through and looked at the stuff in there. And I thought my first year was 2016. I was incorrect. It was actually 2017.
Gasp.
And I've been there every year, and I've been a panelist every year because, you know, that's that fun story I love sharing where Neil Reeby snagged me at the literal last minute to be on the writers panel in that year. And now joining us is Autistic Lizard Pro. Good to have you on here, sir. The more the merrier.
Thank you for inviting me, Nathan. And because, yeah, as you can see, that I'm not wearing my channel T-shirts.
Okay.
Yeah, because I was at work today.
Okay.
Yeah, but that's okay. I mean,
yeah, you'll be fine. It'll be fine.
Yeah.
So, Brendan, we're getting ready to start getting into this, but I was asking everybody, how many G-Fests have you been to now?
Well, yeah, you mean how many years?
Yes.
Well, my first G-Fest convention was back in 2015.
15?
Yep.
You've been going longer than all of us.
Yeah. Yeah, and last year was my 10th anniversary year for it. And yeah, so I've been there 2015, 16, 17, 18, 19. Well, 20 and 21 don't count because of, the pandemics and 20, 22, 20, 24, and 25, and this year.
Wow. You're hardcore. You've been going longer than all of us.
There we go. He's moving again.
Oh, did I freeze or something?
Yeah, I don't know. I think you guys froze. Yeah.
I might have had an internet hiccup. I'm a little disappointed with my internet. But no, I was saying like you're more hardcore than the rest of us. You've been going longer.
Yep. I've been going there for 7 times. I mean, or is it 8? Because
the 2. Yeah. Well, like I said, I've been going since 2017, which makes this, let's see, 17, 18, 19, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26. So this is my 8th one. My 8th one. And I'm gonna be honest with you guys. I don't know how you felt about it, but this was last year was my favorite G Fest ever.
Last year
was absolutely amazing. I got to meet several people including Damon for the first time in real life. And we had Subaraya there. They had the Ultraman shows, and and I was doing some great panels, and we were doing some cool new stuff with the writers, and it was amazing last year. Absolutely amazing. The post G-Fest shenanigans with Judgmental Ultraman and all of that, it was absolutely amazing. This year was a little bit of a letdown by comparison. It's at best a middle tier G-Fest for me this year for several reasons, some of which I'm not getting into on this stream.
So this year was your okay G-Fest year for you?
Yeah, it was only okay. It was only okay.
I mean, same here a little bit. But the one thing I like about this year's G-Fest, I did 2 panels this year.
Yes. Yeah.
And I got to admit, guys, it was more experience for me more than my first panel I did 2 years ago, The Return of Godzilla. And one I hosted this year and one I volunteer. And I'm so lucky that I host Ebra or the D panel. Yeah, it was great. It was
Well, anyway, I say I think the easiest way to do this is to go in chronological order. So let's. I did this before, and I can't resist doing it again. But let's start with G-Fest -0. Because it's the day before. The day before.
Oh yeah, because
0. Yeah.
when I saw that they were gonna release another teaser trailer, that's like a perfect timing for it.
Yeah, actually, yeah. But so
Yeah, unless you're traveling.
yeah, unless you're traveling. But that's actually how I wanted to start. How were most of us came either on Thursday or the day before? But how was your trip getting to G Fest?
I mean, do you want to start with me? Because
Sure.
You can.
My trip, you mean like how do we drove there?
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I gotta be honest, guys. My driving to Rosemont is just short for me because I gotta be honest, guys. I lived here in Illinois.
Mm-hmm.
I live not too far from Chicago, actually. So because Chicago, Illinois is like my home state. I was born here in Illinois.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Yeah. And I like to call us Sweet Home Chicago.
Mm-hmm.
Get it? Because the reference to the Blues Brothers.
Right. Mm-hmm. Yeah. Damon, you flew again this year, but you managed things a little bit differently this time around.
I was on the ball.
Yeah.
I decided that I wanted to fly in the day before. Got in around 1:00. Wasn't able to make the matinees because
The
time
first
differences.
matinees,
Yeah, couldn't make it. Exhausting. Fantastic and exhausting.
Yeah. But you were able to join us for our traditional Giordano's dinner, which we had the pizza thanks to Elijah Thomas of Kaiju Conversation. He brought the pizza to us, and we had a little picnic by the a few blocks from by the Starbucks, a block or two from the Pickwick, and it saved us a ton of hassle.
I'm sure it did. Yeah.
I driving back and forth and trying to find parking spaces because good Lord, parking spaces are nigh impossible to get.
The irony is that when I
G Fest weekend at the
when I Ubered over there, and we were in that long, just like he just said, look, I'm gonna let you out right here because the Pickwick is like right up the street. There were like 4 different empty parking spots right in front of the Starbucks and the shops there right before the Pickwick, and I went, I could have driven if I brought a car, but I didn't. So
I mean, coming all the way from Portland.
Coming all the way from Oregon because
Oregon. I keep forgetting you're not from Portland proper.
No, that's just where the major airport is. I mean, I could fly out of Eugene. They have a direct flight to Chicago now, apparently, which I did not know when I bought the ticket. So that was a little upsetting that I had to do the 2-hour drive up there the night before for my 5 a.m. flight. But
yay.
Yeah. Yay, indeed.
Oh, real quick here. Hey, Cody, we've got somebody else. I got another person to say hi to in the chat. I got to meet him actually at G Fest. He's one of the Wild Hunt writers. So great seeing you, man. Hope to see you there again. I know you hate Chicago, but please come back. But anyway,
is it really Chicago if it's G Fest though? You're not leaving the Hyatt.
Yeah, I mean you don't have to.
I don't. I didn't.
You did.
Except that first day.
Yeah, but Omni, how was your trip?
Well, it's flying, and contrary to the promise that was made back in the 50s, it's basically like being stuffed into a sardine tin. So for someone who's big like I am, that's not exactly the most comfortable mode of travel.
Yeah, I've heard a lot of talk about how tall you are.
Well, you would know, wouldn't you? I mean,
if you've met him.
Yeah, I know. How tall are you, actually?
Roughly 6'2" or 6'3" in the half.
6'3" on a good day. Yeah, you're one of the few people who's actually taller than me. I don't run into a lot of them because I'm nearly 6'1", so it's wild. But anyway, so you got crammed into a flying sardine can.
Yeah, but made it safe, and then of course O'Hare is overwhelming to navigate. But
it is.
I was rather fortunate that apparently not that many people were actually staying in Chicago from my flight. It was just a stop for them, so barely any suitcases to have to navigate once they came out on the carousel.
Mm-hmm.
It's like, oh, there are 3 suitcases coming out, and there's mine. So
Mm-hmm.
can't complain about that.
Mm-hmm.
Shuttle ride over was pretty uneventful, and from there I just sort of crashed in my hotel room for the rest of the day.
Yeah, which I can understand, but for the rest of us, and Brendan, you were, if I remember right, you did go to the Pickwick screenings.
Yeah, on
First day, yeah.
on the day before Chief.
Yeah, on the
Fest,
day
like,
before. Yeah.
Yeah, my parents just dropped me off there after we got our room,
Okay.
and
Yeah.
it was, and it's so amazing that you got to meet my 2-year-old niece for the first time, and she was, wish I now have a nephew.
Mm-hmm.
On the day I came home from Rosemont, and so my parents just dropped me off at the Pickwick, and it was like right on time.
Yeah.
Like
the Pickwick screenings this year I've heard a lot of criticism about them. They were a little strange.
I heard a lot of criticism about one of them from you.
We'll get to that one, because it's one of the reasons why this year is mid-tier. So many opinions. Anyway, so what?
And I was so surprised that they play Ebra at the Pickwick. Wish they actually played the TriStar DVD version of it.
It's the international dub. Yeah.
Yeah, they played the international dub, the one I grew up watching. It was just one of my favorite dubs, and I was just so surprised. I didn't expect that.
I prefer the AIP dub.
Yeah, wish I had the booth link of it right there. And
yeah. But it took me a minute to kind of figure out, because what I wish they would do with the double features on Thursday is come up with some sort of a theme for them. And I think the theme they were going with this first one is they were both 1966 movies, both of which celebrating 60th anniversaries, because technically what we saw on the screen was Godzilla versus the Sea Monster.
Yeah.
Because I'm pretty sure they used the TriStar DVD, like you were saying, Brendan.
Yeah, they did, because
I could see every single pixel.
Yeah, and because they for the opening they played the TriStar opening.
Yeah, and
right.
Like I said, I saw every single pixel, and I'm like, this is why you don't put a DVD on a screen this big. Because for those who don't know, the Pickwick screen is massive.
Yeah,
it's almost an IMAX. Like they call it mega theater, and the screen is huge. The only reason it's not an IMAX is it doesn't curve around you. It's crazy.
And they also played the Shout Factory DVD of Gamma versus Baragon.
I don't think it was the Shout Factory DVD. I think it was the Mill Creek Blu-ray, because it looked too good to be a DVD.
Really?
Yeah, pretty sure.
I thought it kind of looks like it was from a Shout Factory.
No, the reason I say that is because the DVD, you could see you could actually see the pixelation for the picture, but for Barugan, Gamma vs. Barugan, the other 1966 movie, it looked perfectly fine. So I'm pretty sure it was a Blu-ray.
Yeah, and I want to talk about when we watched Gamma versus Barugan at the Pickwick. Like, I was sitting next to you in the theater where we watched it. So we kind of we almost talked through the whole movie that we did like a Mystery Science Theater 3000.
Yeah, we had to keep it kind of quiet. I had Danny DeManna of the Godzilla Novelization Project sitting next to me, and there was a whole row of us, and we were all kind of making comments at the movie. And I have to say, this was the second time I've seen Godzilla versus the Sea Monster at G-Fest on the big screen. It was a different experience this time because it was the dub. Previously, it was the subtitled version. And in spite, I should say, of them clearly using the DVD, that was still at least a different experience. I found myself actually appreciating Barugan more on the big screen. It's kind of weird. You know, I was like, you know what? This is actually pretty decent. You know, it may not be the most fun Showa Gamera movie, but it's still arguably the best one. And,
Yeah, I mean,
Gamera
versus Barugan is totally my favorite Gamera film, and Gamera versus Barugan, this is like the only Shonen era Gamera film that doesn't feature a child in it.
Yeah,
I know Gamera's the friend of all children, but this one doesn't have a child actor in it.
No.
These are the Showa Gamera movies are the ones that I am least looking forward to showing my wife. She wants to be immersed in the fandom. She wants to know why I love these things so much. We've been watching the Godzilla movies. We're up to, I think we just got, the last one we saw was Gigan.
Okay.
You know, the Scooby-Doo crew.
Mm-hmm. You know me. I still
you unabashedly love that movie.
That one. It's grossly under.
I have my issues with it. I always have. But beyond that, I was enjoying it through her eyes because she was going, well, they're just missing a dog, and that's the Scooby Gang. And I'm like, yeah,
it really is.
Pretty much is.
Yeah.
But I said we weathered through Godzilla on Monster Island or Godzilla's Revenge. Yeah. And she kind of went, oh my God. And I went, oh, hun, this is nothing compared to the Gamera movies of the same time period. And she says, what do you mean? I said, oh, worse special effects, worse dialogue, worse acting. And there is a Kenny in every pot.
And then you had to explain what a Kenny was?
She got it right away. I said, you know, the kid with the little yellow hat, there's a different one in each Gamera movie except for one.
Now, if you really want to throw her off, show her the Daimajin trilogy at the same time and say this was made by the same studio.
I did. Before we haven't done Gamera, but I said we got to take a little detour. I want to show you Daimajin, and she went, "This is really good. This is a historical drama with a monster at the end who is unstoppable. I went, there has to be a sacrifice." She's, I really enjoyed that. I went, this is the same. And I flipped over to MST3K doing one of the Gamera ones on YouTube. And I went, see this movie? And she went, oh, hon, no, I don't want to see that. You're going to see it eventually. Not at MST3K. That's the same company that did Daimajin. She went, no.
It was a different team within the studio, but yes.
Yeah,
completely different city too. So
yeah,
I remember when I first watched Daimajin for the first time, like either months ago or at the end of the year of last year. I mean, I watched all three movies for the first time. I'm just, wow, this is like the best kaiju movie I ever watched.
Yeah,
like a giant monster statue. You know, like.
Mm-hmm. I wish they would screen those at G-Fest. Man, I'd definitely go see them. Just let her know if you could survive the first 2/3. After that, you get peak kaiju cinema.
And I was
for Gamera, I mean.
Yeah. I was thinking about doing a podcast episode about Daimajin for like a triple feature episode.
Go ahead, do it.
Yeah, talk about all three films.
Yeah. But anyway, like I was saying, we watched Barugan, and I had a greater appreciation for it. Yeah, we riffed it the whole time, or we were like, this is better than we thought. And then we had dinner. We had Elijah Thomas wisely went and got the food and brought it along to the Pickwick, and we all just gathered there for an hour or so. And we're getting kaiju cameos here. Yeah. And so we all gathered there. Some of us met up with that's when Damon showed up, and so we all convened there. We had our dinner. If you want to have real Chicago style pizza, like made in Chicago by people who know what Chicago style pizza is, my gosh, go to Giordano's. Just warning you right now, don't think you can eat an entire large pizza from Giordano's. It will wreck you. It will very very much wreck you. You'll be
go.
kidding. Yeah, I was gonna
Yeah.
say, yeah, he had to do something and then he wandered away. But before we get to the second double feature, because I'm sure. Oh, wait, he's back. Okay.
Actually, it was actually one feature film that we saw.
I saw both of them.
Well, after we saw Ebra and Baragon, I mean,
I saw both of them.
well, yeah, I mean, I talk about the one that we saw after we eat the
Yeah.
Giordano's pizza.
Yeah, I'm about to get to there. Because Damon came in at that point when we were having dinner, and then we went back. There's some of us went back to the Pickwick, and we hung out, we talked to people, in the hallway, and we just hung out there, and then we saw King Kong 1976, the remake.
Yes, it was.
Which it was
one of my. It was one of my first King Kong films I ever watched as a kid.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. And
so
so
that's impressive.
Yeah. I actually saw the 76 remake before 1933, and even then I'm like, this can't be anywhere close to as good as the original. Then I saw the original, was like, no, it wasn't. But this was another case of I saw it on the big screen, and I mean I have my gripes with Kong 76. It's for me, I think I did a ranking of the Kong films on Patreon. So join Patreon if you want to hear my ranking. And I think I probably put this one in the middle someplace with all the rest of the Kong movies. But I will admit, seeing it on the big screen, I get why it was such a hit and it was massively influential and got that honorary Oscar nomination for the special effects.
Yeah.
Because my gosh, I got to say this. There's a lot of things about the movie that I don't think have aged very well or are just weird because it's got lots of 70s ickiness to it.
Mm-hmm.
But those effects, man.
Yeah.
Those effects looked amazing on the big screen.
Rick Baker deserved all the props for that gorilla costume.
Oh my God. And his performance.
Yeah. Which most people don't even know that it was him inside of it. So
yeah, and I actually did a podcast episode about that film like 2 years ago with Big Jack's Films.
Mm-hmm. Yeah,
which he didn't go to G-Fest this year, and
I heard about that. But I gotta say, because Damon, you and I were sitting next to each other and we're watching this movie, and we're like, man, this looks great on the big screen.
I saw it when it came out in 76. I was 7. I wasn't quite 8 yet because it was a summer block.
You might have been a little young.
No, not at all. I mean, come on. I come from Gen X kids saw the most horrific things before they hit puberty.
Yeah.
And parents thought it was normal. I saw Jaws that summer it came out too. So
wow.
Yeah, I was not traumatized at all. I still swam in the ocean every day, not a big deal. My biggest gripe, even as a child, the biggest gripe was the robot Kong.
Oh,
not a Mechanic-Kong, but it was a life.
The
mechanical Kong.
animatronic.
The animatronic was abysmal, and even I went, "That's dumb."
Yeah, and
it's 7. I went, "That's not good."
It still looks terrible. I'm so glad that they edited around that as much as possible.
I have to tell you, appear in the next 5 Nights at Freddy's movie, though.
Yeah.
Oh my God.
Strip it of its skin. It'll be perfect.
Except it's so huge and cumbersome. It would be terrible for a horror movie. It's just like
the one thing that you guys there are 2 moments in that movie that literally caused the entire theater to erupt in applause and screaming. And we weren't even in Compton. This was in Riverside, California. The first moment was when he crushes Charles Grodin, and all you see is the hat when his foot moves. Seriously, everybody was super happy about that. There was so much cheering going on with there. The second moment was when he is on the top of the World Trade Center and smashes that first Huey helicopter.
Yep.
The cheering would not stop. Everybody was so happy that he took out that helicopter. It was even as a 7-year-old, I was looking around going, that's a bit extreme, guys. Really? How much? Now, I didn't know at the time, but apparently it was a marijuana movie.
Oh, what? Wait, what?
In the 70s? Come on, dude. Teenagers, 20-year-olds, they were token up. And that kind of fueled the the enthusiasm for Kong.
Oh,
Because they were very much on Jeff Bridges' side, save the earth, save the apes, blah, blah, blah. So having a giant ape take out the military industrial complex, if only in effigy, was a big thing.
I think that was the intention. I think you were supposed to root for Kong.
Yeah,
He
was a much more sympathetic, made even more so by Peter Jackson, way more sympathetic in his. But it's a progression from monster to sympathetic, near human, and you can track it from 33 through Son of Kong to 76 to
yeah. So. I did a whole podcast series about it. So you can find out. I found out about it, but I'm glad you brought that up because I forgot to mention cheering is a thing at the Pickwick for G-Fest, and the last few years the G-Fest crowd has frequently come under mockery for the way that they cheer. And I was telling during Sea Monster, I was telling everybody, it's like, because they're like, they see an actor they like, Kira Takarada comes on screen, or
like especially
Dio shows up,
my crush,
Kobe Mizuno,
and especially the monsters.
The monsters get the biggest cheers. Even Ebera, to my shock, Ebera got some love. I was really surprised. Maybe
I wasn't the only one from Maine there.
Yeah. So his big lobster claw comes out of the water. People are cheering. I was like, it's just the claw. What are you doing?
Yeah.
And then he makes his proper appearance, and they cheer for him. But I looked at him. I looked at my friends. I was like, here's my prediction. That frickin' bird. It's gonna get the biggest cheer of them all, just for the memes, because they memed a Bandai figure into existence.
I have that Bandai figure.
Yeah. And that thing will get the biggest cheer. The only one who might top it, but only by a little, will be Godzilla himself. And I think I was right, because that frickin' bird showed up and it got the biggest share. I was just waiting for a standing ovation. Like I might have even, I would have even, maybe I should have tried to start a standing ovation for the Condor just to see if anyone would do it. But that was still going on throughout all these. It's tradition at this point. You can't really, the organizers may frown upon it, but it's not going anywhere.
No.
So that continued. Unfortunately, as pleasant as an experience as Kong 76 was on the big screen, the last one was not. Gamera versus Zigra, which is also, these are all celebrating anniversaries, 5-year increment anniversaries. And I'm like, Zigra, what you doing? You still look terrible. You're still weird. And you're for approximately 10 or 15 minutes, you are an exploitation movie for children, because they're like, hey, see that girl? She's going to play our alien minion. She's cute. Come up with an excuse to put her in a swimsuit.
That's good filmmaking right there.
So I want to tell you guys something. I mean, when I actually stay half for 76 King Kong, I mean, until they bring Kong back to New York, and I left that part. I went back to my hotel for that because I just have an extremely headache while watching the film. I just don't know why. I have such a bad headache. I couldn't stay much longer. So I went back to my hotel.
That's
and
fine.
I felt bad of leaving the Pickwick.
Nah. It's all
It's
right.
a lovely theater.
It's a gorgeous theater. You guys ever come visit me in Fort Wayne? I don't know if anything would be going on over there, but I would definitely take you over to get a little tour of the Embassy Theater, which is from about the same era as the Pickwick, similar architecture. It's not nearly as big though, but it's gorgeous. It's one of the places to visit in Fort Wayne for tourists.
So we're an hour in and we haven't even started G-Fest yet.
I know, but we did a bunch of preliminary stuff, but let's talk about G-Fest day one now. Did you have something else real quick?
I was gonna say, like, on the day after we got home from G-Fest, I actually watched Godzilla versus the Sea Monster, the Titan dub version of it. I mean,
okay,
yeah, I was like, yeah, I know I just saw it the Pigway, but it's the international but I actually watched both dubs, like, on the day before and the day after.
Mm-hmm. Is this yes, it's Neil Reeby.
Neil!
Yes, Neil. You better hope I don't invite you on, because I might.
Oh, we gotta invite him. Yes,
he's probably gonna be too. He's probably too exhausted and busy. But yeah, he says I had mixed feelings about the 76 Kong when I was a kid. Kong looked fantastic, but no dinosaurs. I thought that was a missed opportunity. It was.
Yeah.
It was, but we're not here to review that movie. So
no, they blew all the budget with Rick Baker. So
yeah, but I will admit, seeing as goofy as that snake prop was, seeing it on the big screen was still pretty cool.
Yep.
I forgot how gruesome it was.
Yeah.
It was very gruesome. But anyway, day one of G-Fest. Okay, so I did 9 hours of programming for G-Fest this year, and I do not want to repeat that. I had 6 panels, 2 of which were an hour and a half, and plus the writers' workshop, which was 2 hours. Friday, I only had 1 panel, and it was at the end of the day. So for me, I won't speak for everybody else. For me, my goal on that first day was to hit up the autographs and try to get into the dealer hall and basically get as much of my shopping done and as much of the autographing done that first day, because I knew Saturday it wasn't going to happen, because that was where the bulk of my programming. That's when the bulk of my programming was. And it would be hit or miss if I could do it on Sunday. So for, the first thing I did was I checked to see, first off, the line for the dealer hall, as usual, people think it's like seeing Star Wars at midnight. So they camp out the day before. And, and then when you wake up in the morning
first anyway.
Yeah. And then when you wake up, there's this mile-long kaiju made of people trying to get in there early on, and then the people who get to go in an hour early all got booed and trolled, and I'm just like, what is wrong with all of you? You knew this going in. Too bad for you. You didn't pay the extra, I guess. But anyway, so that was all going on. I went and got autographs. So I got an autograph from Koji Moritsugu, who was Ultra 7, Dan Moroboshi. I had him sign my Mill Creek, my Mill Creek set for Ultra 7. I met Megumi Kobayashi, who was one of the not Shobijin, the Alliance from Rebirth of Mothra trilogy, and she was the mom in Gamera the Brave.
Right.
She was Moritsugu was a very professional, very dignified, handled himself very well. He still did things like the poses and things like that, but he was very professional. I like that.
I actually met the lady from Rebirth of Mothra on the same day that you met her.
Yes, I'm actually going to get to her. I was not prepared for Miss Kobayashi. I'm telling you, she was in movies from 20 and 30 years ago. I swear she's only aged about 10 years and it still has all the energy. She was beyond enthusiastic. She was smiling and bubbly and just happy. She was the most joyful person in that room. And it was amazing. And she did know a little bit of English. So, if people would come and they would talk to her, people would give her gifts. Like there was a guy ahead of me to meet her, and he gave her a handmade Mothra plushie. And she's like, oh, for me? And she just freaked out. She's like, oh my gosh, it just overjoyed. And I came in and I took a picture with her. I had her sign my Blu-ray copy of the trilogy. And I said, I just want you to know, I also loved you in Gamera the Brave. And she's like, oh, Gamera, such a beautiful movie. It was great. So that was a big highlight.
Yeah,
Are you okay there, Damon? You kind of blanked.
No, that's fine.
Okay.
I'm conversing with the wife.
Oh, kind of at the same time. Sorry.
Yeah, I'm 100% dialed in. I know exactly what you guys are saying, but
Okay.
I did not meet these people, unfortunately.
Oh, that's unfortunate. And then I also, right next to her was Dr. Jeffrey Angles, and we went and we chatted for a little bit. I had him sign a couple of the books. He kept giving me everything for free. He signed my books for nothing, and I initially gave him $20 because he had other books there that he had translated from Japanese. One guy actually came and got a copy of one that I was talking to him about getting. So I was like, do you have any more of those? Like, no, I don't. And then he said, I'll mail it to you when I get back. So I'm still waiting for that to come in. It was what's it called? Book of the Dead. It said it's it was like a gothic Japanese romance from like the 1200s. Like you're speaking my language.
No kidding. Jeez, that sounds great.
Yeah,
I also met him, but on the next day, told him that I met you, and he went ahead and signed my books because I brought the books because I had read them previously.
Mm-hmm.
And then he asked what I did and what panel I was on, and he wanted to know what the European kaiju boom of 1961 was all about, why we chose it, and why there were so many connections. And we said, I don't know. He asked about my acting. He seemed more befuddled by the amount of attention he's getting.
Yeah.
And he wasn't even thinking about money. Or he's like,
no, he wasn't.
I'm a professor at a university. You want my signature? Okay.
Yeah. He was also, him and his partner, they also had a tub of Ultraman figures that they were trying to sell. I wish I had bought one from them. There were a few in there I considered, but yeah. And this goofball bought the Godzilla popcorn bucket from them. That's you, Brendan.
What?
I said you bought the popcorn bucket.
I bought the popcorn bucket. And I found one in the dealer's room. I mean, on the last day, that thing it costs like $200. But the one in the autograph room I found, that one costs like $150. So I bought that one from the autograph room.
So you made a good choice. You made a good choice there.
Yeah, because it's cheaper.
I did.
The price of spending that much on a popcorn bucket can be.
I think it was originally like $40 retail, but they sold out in 2 minutes.
Yeah, and I also did. If you guys haven't watched my haul video, the things I got, I did review that popcorn bucket, and I did ask myself the same question, including the fans who bought this popcorn bucket, as how do they clean this thing after they eat popcorn out of that?
I don't know. I
actually don't know either.
These collector popcorn buckets are all kinds of wacky, and some of them I don't know what's going on with them.
Yeah, but to me, I just keep it in my collectors.
Yeah, it's probably a good idea.
Just let the grease congeal.
Yeah,
it's just for decoration.
Yeah, that'll go over well. But Omni, you and I can't remember if it was. I think it was it Friday or was it a different day? We were in there and we talked a little bit with Kyun Lung. The voice actor.
Young.
Yeah.
I had gone in and seen him actually the day before because I was there the day before I got my registration done, and I noticed the room happened to be open, so I walked in to see what was happening and briefly struck up a conversation with him, and then we went back on day one, you and I.
Mm-hmm.
And you were particularly enamored of him because of realizing how many voices he had done.
This guy is a working actor, and he was the original Storm Shadow. So I'm like, you were one of the voices of my childhood.
Yeah, and the Silver Samurai.
Yeah, this guy, and he's done both. He was in an episode of DS9, Star Trek Deep Space Nine. And like, this guy's a working actor, and he does voice acting, and he does on-camera acting as well. Like, he's just done a ton of stuff, but it's mostly been small roles. but he's landed also a few high-profile shows like Avatar: The Last Airbender and things like that.
He's a character actor.
Yeah, for sure. I kind of wish I had gotten something from him, but weirdly enough, he was the most expensive guy in the autograph room. It was crazy. Like if you wanted a picture and an autograph with him, it was $100, and it was otherwise it was 60 for one or the other. It was crazy. I was not expecting that. But so I thought about it, but it just ended up not being in the budget. So I did feel a little bad. He was there because he was in Singular
Point and Ultraman Rising.
And Ultraman Rising. Yeah, he voiced the villain in Ultraman Rising. So that's why he was there specifically at G-Fest. Yeah. Oh, yeah. Neil brings up a good point. The Megumi is also a singer. She was selling her CDs there.
Really? I didn't know she was a singer.
Yeah, she
played one of the Mothra.
Yeah. Yeah. I considered buying one of her CDs just because of she's a singer. I thought about it, but again, I had to for various reasons, one of which being that I got hit with a scam a few weeks before G-Fest, or about a month before G-Fest. I didn't have as much money to spend this time around, but so tough decisions had to be made. So I did a bunch of that, got into the dealer hall, hit up all the people I usually hit up, including Jay Key of Toku Toy Town, who was way too nice to everyone. I got some stuff at discounted prices from it. Most of the stuff I bought was actually from Jay. And I also hit up DVD World for some physical media, and Otaku America, who's becoming one of my favorite vendors in there now. I think I got one or two things from Seismic, but they were for other people. Kind of my letdown this year is I'm usually a big fan of Beast from the East, but they weren't as good this year. They've increased their prices, and I was a little disappointed.
Well, everybody kind of increased their prices this year, from what I could see.
Yeah, some more than others.
True,
but,
and I know that this. Yeah, before I got to the dealer's room, I know I am an artist myself. I mean, before I would go to the dealer's room, I actually walked down to the art display room where I could drop on my fan art. I mean, it is so weird. I mean, I know that it says they're open at 10, and then when everyone's in line when it got to 10, they said it doesn't open till 11. It's just so weird. I mean, I thought they said they open at 10. I mean, and then I just walk out of line to come back later, and then when I come back, it's now open, and then I drop off my fan art. I mean, they say they only accept three drawings by me. I mean, do you want me to tell you what they are? I mean, sure. One I did a fan poster of Godzilla by the Pickwick Theater, and the second, I drew my infant islander crush, Dio, is swinging on a vine like Tarzan style. I mean, and the third one, I did one of a crossover of the Notre Dame Fighting Irish Leprechaun versus Godzilla King of the Monsters with this cool iconic logos to it. I mean, if some of you have watched football, I mean, I'm a huge Notre Dame football fan myself. I mean, including my dad. I mean, I thought, why not bring this fan art that I did and just bring it to G-Fest?
Yeah. And in between all of that, I went to Dojo Studios for the premiere of Elijah Thomas's documentary, Keizo Murase, The Last Monster Maker. My copy of Brush of the God did not arrive until during G-Fest, so this was my first time seeing it, and it deserves to have its own release. It is far too good to just be a special feature on Brush of the God, and I'm going to say this now. I think that SRS's release of Brush of the God is in the running for best tokusatsu, kaiju and tokusatsu Blu-ray of the year. Which is crazy to say because it's SRS.
SRS, I know.
It's SRS. I mean, I respect Ron, and he's brought a lot of stuff. He's got a lot of stuff released that normally wouldn't get released, but that's only like 10% of his output. Yeah.
I mean, what did he do the year before, a couple of years before was Howl Beyond the Fog. I mean,
yeah.
Which, granted, it's Bunraku, but look at it. It's gorgeous. It's beautiful and it's moving. And this was not what you expect from SRS.
No, it is. It is not. It is not. And Elijah's documentary, like him and and Grattan Conwell from Giant Monster BS, Danny DeMana, I'm trying to make sure I get all the names. Jackson Gibbons, aka Rex, like they all put their heart and soul into this documentary, and it helps to really elevate that release and make it what it is. Like this is the definitive document on Keizo Morase in English, maybe even anywhere really. And seeing it, on a projector in the dojo studio, and then they did a little Q&A afterward. It was totally worth it. And I made sure to tell Elijah in particular that I was proud of him for what he'd accomplished with this, especially on as tight a time frame and for basically no money. Like it's an incredible achievement. I can't say that enough. So if you haven't bought a copy of Brush of the God, what are you waiting on? Go get it. It's on the SRS website right now. It's worth it just for that. I mean, the movie itself is great, but that documentary, we'll never get something that good about this man ever again. So that takes me up to the writers panel, but I'm going to pause. What did you guys do for most of Friday?
Mine is pretty easy actually. I didn't do a whole heck of a lot actually. I attended mostly just panels, so I think it was the 50 Years of the Last Dinosaur.
Oh, I did. I really wanted to go to that one, but
that was really nice. That was a really nice one.
I have an episode coming up about the Last Dinosaur.
I attended the Daniel DeMana interview about his new book, G Cinema, because fantastic. We all have it.
Elijah conducted that interview.
Yes, he did, and it was quite well done. And I know you conducted an interview for the podcast as well. 4 hours, because
Danny doesn't know how to shut up. He's one of the most talkative introverts ever.
I would like to point out that you are also in that category.
Yeah, but I'm actually an extrovert. That's you would expect me to talk all the time.
True. So put the two of you together, and it's amazing it was only 4 hours.
Yeah. But the thing is that when I'm doing an interview, I'm in a completely different mode.
True. You're in a different headspace.
Because I used to work as a journalist, and when you are working with an interviewee, you ask questions and then you shut up. Yeah, that's how
to continue on, I attended the Shin Godzilla 10 years later because I unapologetically love that movie, and I know it's very divisive.
Which one?
Shin.
I actually did that panel too.
Yes.
I volunteer with you.
Yeah, I remember. And it's a great movie. I absolutely love it. I love the social commentary and the governmental commentary. But then again, I'm at the age where when I saw it, it's like, yep, that's government for you. I have no notes.
Yeah.
Let's see. After that.
Yeah. Hold on real quick. Good night, Neil. Thanks for stopping by for a bit.
Yak at you later, buddy.
Yeah.
Then it was I had a break and went to the 60th anniversary for Daimajin.
I think Elijah did that one.
Elijah did that one as well, and so did Danny. And because another great.
Oh, you
movie.
got a picture? Okay.
Yeah. And I think it was until and then I went to Youngari 1999 because
you went. There was a panel for that.
It says it was. No, maybe there wasn't. That's right. Because I went looking for food. Sorry.
Right here, Youngari 1999, the best worst kaiju movie of all time.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
By the way, Brendan, you're getting a little love from Neil in the chat.
Oh, there you go.
From your dial art was, Your dial art was very nice. You captured the Eason of her character, Brendan. Thank you, Neil.
Yeah. Anyway.
I even did the same drawing up for Reiko from Son of Godzilla.
Oh, okay.
Which I'm planning to bring next year. I mean,
Okay.
I won't get
Anyway.
into more.
Yeah.
So you like
Anyway,
you smiling
Dave-
girls, I see.
Yeah.
I understand completely.
Yeah. I mean, we all get it. What else did you do, Damon?
After that, it was just the Kaiju Writers Unite because
Okay. Yeah. And then we'll get to that. We'll get to that. So, Omni, what was your Friday up until the writers panel?
Well, I was thanks to how everything in panel room 3 got moved ahead an hour. I was actually able to attend 2 panels that I initially thought were going to conflict with each other. I went to to Danny's interview one, which, I mean, he should be the one to share it, but it ended with one of the sweetest moments ever.
Oh, yeah.
But you can just ask him about that. I don't want to take that.
Okay.
Weirdly
enough, I haven't heard about this, but okay.
Oh, really?
It did get filmed. It did get filmed. So, and I think it was Matt Walsh, but not that Matt Walsh, who actually saw her outside like the next day and actually showed her the filming of it and her mom. So it was very nice.
Anyway, after that, I was able to attend the panel. I can't believe it's not Godzilla. That was a fun one. He covered not just things that imitated Godzilla afterward, but also the different creatures that you could see set the stage for Godzilla, if you will. Different mythological creatures, fairy tale dragons and whatnot, mythology.
Tyrannosaurus.
Even referencing certain cryptids, like the sighting of what is called the Antarctic Godzilla. Even though it doesn't actually look like Godzilla, it was only called that because of how big it was.
Right.
That was pretty interesting. From that point onward, I managed to make it into the dealer's room and got one of the exclusive figures.
You did a video on it.
From Creative Beast Studios. This is a really cool figure, by the way.
Oh, what's that?
Wow.
Yeah, I'm guessing it was only available at G-Fest.
Yep. Yeah. Although, it did go up on their website for a few minutes, and then it was sold out almost immediately. So, but yeah, this is really cool, especially when you put it under UV light.
Yeah.
My first Creative Beast figure. I think this was like 65-ish.
Okay.
Which, is not that expensive compared to some of their other figures. Then again, it's also smaller compared to their average figures. But yeah, I'm gonna have fun with this one, doing the photography and everything.
Right.
Other than that, I just sort of wandered around. I saw some people who were pretty sure they recognized me, but didn't know for certain until I confirmed it.
Yeah, it's
pretty much that.
It's the hat and the costume. Without that, you blend in.
That was my whole weekend. I learned, as I know I mentioned to you, I am the most sort of recognizable person at G-Fest.
Yeah. Was it Friday that you finally got to meet Grattan Conwell?
Was it? I don't know.
I'm asking because I've been listening to the Giant Monster BS podcast episode about G-Fest, and you get brought up a lot.
Wow.
I think that might have been it, like towards the end of the day.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, because you were on your way to the writers panel.
Yeah. I got off the elevator because I was in my garb at that point, and I stepped off the elevator and he said, "Oh, there you are." And
yes.
Yeah.
Yeah. According because I was doing my shtick where I was wearing, it's actually a fourth Doctor from Doctor Who hat, but it looks basically the same as an Indiana Jones hat. And I just wore that every day throughout the whole thing. And so it's like we were like the hat dudes for the whole time. And apparently, according to Grattan, if you listen to that episode, he's decided that Elijah Thomas's sleep paralysis demon is the Hat Man, and he may be you or me.
Okay.
Yeah.
That reminds me, I have an appointment later tonight. So
Oh, gotcha. Yeah, but anyway, so let's two of us were on the writers panel. One of us attended the writers panel. I don't know.
Indeed.
I don't remember if Brendan was there or not, but
I do not believe so.
well,
okay.
he's not here now, apparently.
Yeah, he had to slip away for something. Well, hopefully he comes back.
Slip
But
sliding away.
yeah. All right. So we got to the writers panel and it was one of the last panels of the day. And I am putting serious thought into if they give us the 90-minute option next year to ask for 90 minutes for the writers panel, because we basically went that long. We went we went into overtime because we could. We didn't have another panel afterward.
Right.
So I'm going to ask for 90 minutes next year. Because I think 90 minutes might be a nice sweet spot. We thought 2 hours last year was a little too exhausting for the Q&A. Even though we thought it would be a good idea, it looks like 90 minutes might be the sweet spot. But this was...
Then we'll go over with that.
Yeah, of course.
Yeah, we probably will. But this was my and Danny's first year as the full-time new proprietors of the writers panel. Neil has been slowly getting to the point where he relinquishes it, but he's been wanting to do it for a couple of years, but every year it's either, initially it was because he wasn't sure he was going to be at G-Fest, but then he kept showing up at G-Fest. So Danny and I were still not 100% in charge. And and then last year he still spearheaded getting everything organized with Martin Arlt and Peyton Lees and all of that. So he still was kind of in charge, and I still had him on the panel as a panelist and all that. Although it was kind of happening at the last second, turnabout's fair play because we were never sure if he was going to be there. Well, he was there, but he just sat in the crowd and watched how his baby, because the writers panel is his baby, and now the baby has grown up and he has to let the baby go. And now he just has to see how it does without him. And he's told me he was very happy in the crowd seeing, how everything went, and very much thought that we maintained the spirit of how he started, why he started that panel. And so he was very pleased with what he saw. And I thought we had some pretty solid questions in there. And, a lot of it was kaiju related, but we had some general writing questions that I always tell people, it's like, hey, we aren't just here to answer kaiju writing questions. We're here to answer whatever writing questions that you have. If you have publishing questions or whatever,
because you got to know the general writing stuff if you're going to write any kind of story.
For sure. So this year it was myself, Danny, and we're basically just going to be on it every year unless something happens and one or both of us can't make it.
And there were an awful lot of publishing questions this time.
Yeah, there were, because I think people are because we have Christopher Nigro from Wild Hunt Press, and I wanted to have him on. He writes too, but I wanted him there to represent the editor and publisher side of things, because he does a lot of work in that, and I've worked with him as an editor and as a publisher, so he can offer insights into that, because I can only talk about what it's like as a writer dealing with an editor and a publisher. I've not been in the position that he's been in. You were on it as well, Omni, and then we had Donnie Winter, who was on there to speak as a writing teacher and as a poet. So we had a nice bit of variety, I thought. And I've got a handful of other people that I've talked to or have been on the panel before. So I think we'll probably have a little bit of a rotating roster. So it won't be exactly the same every year. It'll depend on people's availability and stuff. But I was very impressed with the kinds of questions that we got about a lot of different things. But what did you guys think of it?
It went a lot smoother than it did the previous year. I will say that.
We were in a proper panel room, and that cramped.
True. That kind of helped.
That
we
little,
were all sweating our
little,
asses off.
Yeah, into that little downstairs room, which we still had the workshop there, but not everybody who came to the panel came to the workshop.
Exactly. I having seen it now twice, like concurrently, or not concurrently, but one right after the other, it definitely showed a little bit more. And I don't know if it was you guys or if it was the nature of the questions themselves, but it seemed to flow a lot better, a lot easier. There was less rambling from both sides.
Yeah, I was one of the things I wanted to be conscientious of was to try to make sure to keep people reeled in. So I'll be like, okay, that's enough for that. We need to move on, because we wanted to get in as many questions as we could.
Right.
I think it also helped that they had microphones in the panel room set up and the setup so that people could basically form a line and then walk up to there. So that gave us a much better idea of how many questions we were going to get.
Exactly.
As opposed to just waiting to see who put their hands up.
And you did have people a couple of people who went back to the back end of the line with a different question. So I thought that was interesting too.
Yeah.
People really had a lot of information they needed for themselves.
What about you, Omni? How'd you think it went?
I agree.
Okay. Anyway, so that was the right
price.
I think we did get some good questions, some pretty interesting ones.
There were one or two, I swear, were tailor made for you because I'm just like, oh, you have some things to say about that.
Yeah, like
Ringer.
One person saying they were writing a story without any human characters. It was all aliens and kaiju, and I was like, hey, I wrote a book like that.
I immediately just like. Yeah, it's just like I think you have some insight into that, right?
Crisis on Ululu available on Amazon right now.
Shameless self-promotion.
That's what this is all about.
Yeah, but in general, not just the questions that you singled me out for, but in general, I think we got some good questions, which shows that people really wanted to up their game. They wanted to know these sort of things going forward because they want to try doing this for real. So it's not just a casual sort of interest. I think they're genuinely trying to learn and trying to improve. So that's always encouraging.
Yeah, very much so. So I thought it was tremendous. After that, there was some coordination that needed to happen because I wanted to go to the opening ceremony because usually the opening ceremony is a pretty big deal. I only got to see some of it this year because we lost Brendan. What? Oh crap! Brendan's gone.
Oh,
okay.
No.
Hopefully he comes back. But okay. Anyway,
for him.
But so Christopher Nigro wanted to treat me and the other Wild Hunt guys like Cody and Zach, I think were there, and he wanted to treat us to Taco Bell. Like, cool, that's fine, but I also have to do some tech setup with Ryan for our panel tomorrow with Don Glute. But I also had to go so it's like all this stuff, but I kind of want to see the opening ceremony. So it's like all these things. So I saw a bit of the opening ceremony while running around trying to figure out who I needed to talk to and make stuff happen with the tech setup. So that was a little crazy.
Tech setup was grueling.
It was a little grueling, but we figured it out. And I'm glad we did because that would have been a pain in the neck to try to do the next day. I heard the opening ceremony was overall a bit underwhelming anyway. It was done in like 25 minutes, which was crazy, I thought. And then they showed the video contest entries, and I'm like, okay, sure. Bunch of funny fan films. Cool. But yeah. But we got the tech set up how we did, and we knew exactly what we were doing at that point. And I do think it was a good idea that we did that. So good call on that. And if for future reference, if we ever have to do something like that again, we know what to do. But hopefully next year we won't have to miss out on, some of the bigger events that happen. That was another reason why there was a bit of a damper for me this year, is I didn't see some of the, the headlining of as much of the headlining events this year. And then, and then I think I just hung around. I don't remember doing a whole lot Friday evening before No, I didn't go to the Pickwick that night. I did not. I skipped that one. That was GMK. And I'm like, I've already had the G-Fest experience with that. I didn't need to see it again. So I think I just hung out for the rest of the night. From what I can remember anyway.
You were a little hopped up at one point. And then
I forgot to show this off because this was me in the getting to G-Fest, but it's very accurate for every day of G-Fest. So in case you didn't see this, no sleeping. This is my first resort. There you go. And I brought a can of that stuff for every day of the con.
That explains a lot.
And I'm glad you only drank one of them.
Yeah, dude, it's 300 milligrams of caffeine per can, and according to the Rain Energy, because they put a little thing on the can, it's printed on. There's a lot of printing on the can on energy drink cans, particularly on Rain, and it actually says you can safely consume 400 milligrams of caffeine a day from all sources without any adverse effects. One can of Rain has 300.
Yep.
So I'm like, no. One. Meanwhile, Elijah Thomas, I think, is trying to, commit suicide by caffeine. It's a little scary, but anyway. So my evening was basically just hanging around. I found out that. Oh, I forgot to mention that Yoshikazu Ishii was there, and I got a free autograph from him.
Oh,
I'm like.
Nice.
I was prepared to give him money, but he just signed my copy of Attack of the Giant Teacher for nothing.
Wow.
He was selling stuff at his table, but he just gave me a free signature. I found out after the fact, I should say, that his new movie called Gladio, which I knew was going to play at the G-Fest Film Festival, they moved the screening up.
Yes, they did. Yeah.
And I didn't know about it, and if I did, I would have actually been there to see it. So I was a little disappointed about that. But what was Friday night like for you guys?
Quiet. I needed the time to kind of decompress. I did not go to the Pickwick like you. I had already seen GMK previously, relatively recently, so that was kind of a non-starter for me.
Brendan says he'll be back later. All right.
Oh. But yeah, it was mostly just a quiet night. I kind of wandered around after the writers panel and just
in a daze.
Yeah, it's like I'd never like taken the time just to gawk, because the last year I was go see as much as I possibly can, get the experience, because I didn't know if I was coming back again. And so this time I had the time, and I just kind of wandered around, and I thought it was.
And you were gawking specifically? You were going around like,
I was making sure to do every random comic Japanese character face that I could.
Just to make sure you offended everyone. Yeah.
100%. And whenever I happened upon somebody who mimicked it back to me, we had a face-off, and that's kind of...
Literally.
Yeah.
So you're actually Nicolas Cage under there.
No, I am unfortunately. I was James Spader, and now I'm Steve Buscemi. Yeah, I know. We're all disappointed in that. But what do you?
I thought you were Raymond.
Pinocchio lost his strings.
Oh.
Well, no, I'm not going to be Raymond. I'm going to be Roy Scheider. So.
Oh, gotcha. Yeah, you got to go kill a shark. Got it.
Well, no, the shark's already dead. The shark is broken.
Oh, that is true. That is true. I was going to ask if you could kill Zigra, because that I would have appreciated a lot less Zigra in my life.
Well, he's not really a shark.
Yeah, he's an alien that looks like a shark and flies around in a ship that looks like a bowl full of Skittles.
Yeah.
Anyway.
I still say it's tricks because they're for kids.
Yeah, true. Very true. Anyway, what about you, Omni?
I grabbed dinner, headed back to my room. Basically just took it easy, although it was the second of what would prove to be an entire weekend of sleepless nights, more or less.
Yeah.
I have no idea what was wrong, but like I think I got a total of 4 hours of sleep over the whole weekend.
Wow.
And that particular night, I was having dreams about how the panels were going to go the next day. So,
well, that's as good a transition as any.
On the rare occasions where I did drift off.
Yeah. Well, that's as good. Like I said, that's as good a transition as any to talk about day 2. This was my busiest day. It was just panel after panel after panel, run. This is when the 300 milligrams of caffeine were both a help and a hindrance. So, boy, howdy, I was just all over the place. And by the way, I roomed in the hotel with Matt Walsh, but not that Matt Walsh. We learned the hard way. He should just room with me, because I'm going to treat him better than his other friends. And then my brother Jared, and then Matt's friend Ben, and we all got along very well. I have to say, there was something I learned about Matt that I'm going to say for the After Dark episode on Patreon.
After Dark.
And something with Ben too that I think I'm going to say for the After Dark segment as well. But anyway, so it was just a lot of hanging around, but it was probably better because, let's see, Omni, I think Saturday started off with you and me at 10:30, if I remember correctly. Was that it? Yeah. Yep, Godzilla versus Gene Kelly at 10:30. Woo, yeah. I kind of wish I had gotten that. I do.
I got it at the dealer's hall right before the hand, just for the panel.
Yeah, I kind of wish I had gotten it now. I may have to look for it later, see if I can get my hands on it. That's a Bandai, right?
Yep. Monster series.
Movie Monster series. So the first panel of the day, Godzilla versus Gene Kelly. This was probably the panel I was looking forward to the most in terms of what I was hosting. I can't take credit for this. This was all you. So I will let you. The video and the audio are coming, I promise. This is what we've been told. This is what I really want to share with people. As I've told a few about it, like the instructors at the Ballroom Dance Studio I go to, one of them is a big Gene Kelly fan, so he really wants to see it. So, what is Godzilla versus Gene Kelly?
It was a thought I had a few years ago. This was not the first time I submitted it, but last time I wasn't able to make it to the convention, so I had to withdraw it. Although I had been told at that point that if I ever resubmitted it, it would pretty much automatically get on because, as Martin Arlt said, he had to know what it was about.
Which, that makes sense.
Yep. Basically, it was a thought that I had about how the purpose of a kaiju fight in a movie, where it plays, where it fits into the movie, its story functionality, all the different thematic elements and everything, you could draw parallels between that and a song and dance number from a musical, particularly the big numbers from those classic Hollywood musicals like Singin' in the Rain or The Bandwagon, all those kinds of things. And, I'm a fan of all kinds of classic movies. I love the musicals as much as I love the kaiju movies, although I don't have as many Gene Kelly and Fred Astaire figures.
I think it's probably a good thing.
Yeah. But the fact that I had submitted it once, had to withdraw it, and then had a couple of years to try submitting it again meant I had plenty of time to really think this idea through. I got you involved, Nate, because, first of all, I figured you might be better at handling the technology side than I was. And also, you have experience with ballroom dancing yourself.
Yeah, I'm trying to remember how that factored into it. I remember it was something that you told me you wanted to do.
Mm-hmm.
But I don't remember. I don't think you initially planned on necessarily having a co-panelist on it. And then I said, I do this stuff, right? I've been a ballroom dancer for, well, as of this year, over 12 years.
Yeah.
I don't just watch this stuff. I do this stuff.
Yep. And that also basically bringing you on board got you into watching a bunch of movies that you probably otherwise wouldn't have seen, right?
Yeah, and this panel I think has officially made me a Gene Kelly fan.
Oh, that's good to know.
Yeah, like out of all of the performers that I saw, I was really gravitating toward Gene Kelly.
He's got charisma, no denying.
Yeah, he's got that. He's got the dancing chops, and I gravitated more toward him than say Fred Astaire or, I mean, like the only guy I can think of, and this is just someone I've grown up a bit with that I've also really enjoyed, would be Danny Kaye. But Gene Kelly, I do think, is a better dancer than Danny Kaye. Danny Kaye was good. He was very good.
Gene Kelly's a better technical dancer. He is flawless because he practiced his ass off. He was an autocrat when he had to teach Debbie Reynolds, for Singing in the Rain, and she made her cry. And was it Fred Astaire actually? Yeah,
who came and comforted her.
Yeah, he's like, because she was hiding under a piano to keep away from Gene Kelly. But see, my favorite is Donald O'Connor. I like the looser feel, the comic aspects of it. And he and Danny Kaye have a lot in common, except Donald O'Connor was a little bit freer with his motions. That was his center. That's what he was. He was a song and dance man, and he had zero fear about putting himself in a lot of danger constantly. So
yeah, I can tell you because Ryan gave me a list of movies as homework, and so okay, some of these I've already seen, so I can move. I don't; those are going to be much lower priorities. But then there were a few on there that I saw for a lot of them actually. I saw for the first time, and yeah, there were a couple of them. Unless you had told me about it, I don't know if I ever would have sought them out. Specifically, The Glass Slipper. What's her name?
Leslie Caron.
Yes. Leslie Caron. Yeah. I don't think I never even knew that existed. I probably never would have stumbled across it and thought I should watch it. But it wasn't so much a musical. It was a grounded fairy tale with bursts of ballet, is how I would describe it.
But the dance numbers are important.
And if anybody wants to see how you do a subversive take on a fairy tale, watch The Glass Slipper, because The Glass Slipper knows how to do it right.
It's a version of Cinderella like you haven't seen before.
I never will again, actually.
Yeah, I like
probably not.
So many people say that they like when they ask what your favorite version of Cinderella is, they'll say either the Disney version or Ever After. I think it's The Glass Slipper for me because it does so many things that it's still the story of Cinderella, but it's told just differently enough that it feels surprisingly fresh. And it's a spin on the characters that is very different from the tradition, but it feels like it naturally stems from there.
Yeah.
So,
it took a big swing at a time when big swings were not necessarily a thing.
Yeah.
And it succeeded. It just happened to go, here it is, magic, lightning in a bottle.
Yeah. Yeah. And it does have a Gene Kelly connection because Miss Caron, is that how you say it? Caron. Yeah, she was discovered by Gene Kelly.
Mm-hmm.
But anyway, this is not a Glass Slipper podcast.
It could be.
Yeah, it could be. But anyway, so that panel was absolutely magnificent.
Yeah,
it was so good. We had a bunch of people who were there who were curious, so they were like, "How does this work?" And all of that. And I think
we actually got promoted by G-Fest.
We got promoted by G-Fest. They made almost the exact same image that you used for the title page of our PowerPoint. It was hilarious. We got people on Moss. Well, a handful of our crowd. We got them all to do the Xie dance live, while we did it on stage. It was great. It was tremendous, and I think I surprised some people with finding out that, oh yeah, I'm a ballroom dancer. It's like, who? Because I even had a GIF of my latest performance, which was just 2 weeks before G-Fest. And I'm like, well, no, it was Nightclub Tuesday. sir. So I was just like, yeah, you see that? That's me 2 weeks ago. I know how to do this crap.
I know of which I speak.
Yes, exactly. So and we had a great crowd. Such a great crowd, and they were into it. We got asked some great questions afterward that will probably lead to at least one panel for next year. And so yeah, I was, like I said, I was really looking forward to that one. And I think it might, other than maybe the stuff with the writers, I think that this was my favorite panel that I did all weekend.
That's nice.
It was so good, and I can't take the credit for it at all. Like this was all Ryan.
So happy to have had you aboard, though.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah, I think we worked very well together, I have to say.
And now you're probably gonna hunt down more Gene Kelly movies, American in Paris.
Let's not forget Xanadu, the greatest of them all. Or at least the last of them all.
Yeah, maybe.
No, that was Gene Kelly's last movie, so
yeah, and we just had such a good time, especially putting the PowerPoint together. Like I made so many GIFs for that. Oh man, I'm scouring, the internet to see if they already exist, and if they don't, I'm looking for the YouTube videos and putting them in.
You different links, and then we had a hard time finding one for the Jerry Lewis thing. Boy, did you have thoughts on the Jerry Lewis movie?
I saw that Cinderfella, and not the one you're thinking of, because I discovered that the wrong Cinderfella was at my local library. I'm like, I think I downloaded the wrong Cinderfella. What is that? Is definitely not Jerry Lewis, unless he's been hitting the gym hard. But anyway,
the word of the day is beefcake. Anyway,
yeah. But yeah, I had never seen Cinderfella before. I'd heard about it, never saw it, and I just watched the clip that you wanted to highlight in this as like an anti-cathartic scene in a musical, and I'm seeing this thing completely out of context, other than knowing the Cinderella story, and I'm like, I hate this. I hate everything about this. And then I actually watched the movie, and I'm like, the entire movie's like this.
Yeah.
What? This, on paper, this should have been gold. But anyway, that's a rant for another day. But yeah, so that was tremendous. And then what was my next panel after that? I get this over with, and I'm done, and I don't.
That was the European Kaiju Boom.
Was it the European Kaiju Boom? Yes.
Yeah.
European Kaiju Boom because that was, I had like lunch in between that, and then European Kaiju Boom 1961. So this was the panel that Damon didn't think would exist.
Not at all.
Yeah, because Damon is in my group chat with my creative team for the podcast, and he just randomly said one day, hey, all of those European kaiju movies have anniversaries coming up this year. We should do a panel about it at G-Fest. We could talk about Reptilicus and Gorgo and the Konga if we have to, and like all of these things going on. And, and I'm like, I'm thinking, that's a great idea. And then I actually submitted it. And then I think, what was it, like 2 months before the con?
Yeah.
I was like, guess what? All of my panels got accepted. Well, almost all of my panels got accepted. And I sent it in there, and you're like, wait, you actually submitted the European Kaiju panel? Yeah.
Yep.
You're on it.
Yeah.
I am. Yeah.
Wait, what? Excuse me? What?
Like, I was kidding. Well, it's too late now.
Damn it. Now I actually have to do something when I'm there.
Hey, your second year, and you get to be on a panel.
You were on the panel your first year, so don't give me any of that crap.
Yeah, well, yeah. What's more impressive, the fact that I got on 5 minutes beforehand, when I wasn't supposed to be there.
My sole purpose for doing that was to get laughs. I'm an actor, right? I got laughs. I'm happy. So whether the panel was great or not, I got laughs.
I have to say, they put us in they had 3 panel rooms this year, and I noticed that each one of them was a different size, and
Yep.
I think they may have misapplied
Tiny
what
room.
crowd they were going to get from some of them. But panel room 3, which is what we had for this one, was the smallest of them.
Didn't even fill it.
But we still had a pretty good crowd. We still had
More than I thought would show up.
A very respectable crowd. The writers panel was in 2, which was probably too big for it. They could have put us in panel room 3 and it would have been fine. I think with the crowd we got. The Gene Kelly one was in panel room 2. The big one where they had the guest interviews and the movie anniversaries and things like that was in the big fancy room.
Right.
I didn't get to be in there at all this year. I've done panels in there before, but I didn't get to be there this year. But so we were in that small room, and I have to say, I mean, I maybe I should back this up. Yeah, Godzilla vs. Gene Kelly was one that I was really looking forward to. It was a favorite of mine this year. You and I, my friends, we had such chemistry on stage together with that panel.
I mean, we make a habit of going over 3 to 4 hours on our pod when we do the combined pod. So the fact that we have to cut stuff out and add it separately to Tangentially Yours, I didn't have any problem with thinking that that's why we didn't rehearse. That's why we didn't, why I finally just kind of went and said, yeah, don't worry about it. We'll do it in post.
Yeah. Yeah, but we worked on the PowerPoint and we outlined it beforehand, so we knew exactly what we would be talking about to keep, because we're like, we have a hard time limit with this. We can't, we can't
ramble.
Nuts. We can't go nuts and do a 5-hour podcast on Reptilicus. Okay, we can't do that. But we also, in that outlining process, realized all 3 of these movies have a freakish amount of stuff in common. Like, I think we were kind of aware of it when, I should say I was kind of aware of it when I was doing the podcast episodes, but having to line all of this stuff up, I'm like, frick, man, it
was weird.
1961, Europe, all of them had steamy novelizations. All of them had Charlton comics written by the same guy. All of them had weird spiritual follow-ups. Well, just weird follow-ups in general years later. Like, it was crazy how much symmetry they had. And you never would have thought that these movies, of all movies, would have this much symmetry.
And that's what I was talking to Jeffrey Engels about, is he says, why are they like that? And I said, I have no idea. Nobody knows why these 3 movies, made by completely different companies, all got this treatment.
I think what was it? 2 of them were produced in part by AIP.
True, but that's just a production company. They fund. Well, here's some money.
That's another thing they all had in common. So, they had in common.
You're right.
Yeah, and they also had, the other thing they had in common is that, 2 of them were trying to make a new Godzilla. One was just trying to make a King Kong. Right. But there was so much they had in common, and
not just King Kong, a sexy King Kong.
And all 3 of them are gonna have Titanic Creations figures soon enough.
Yes. Yeah, wait, are they doing?
They didn't. I did talk to him when he was there about getting Konga, and he's like, I can't really say anything.
Oh,
so he hinted that they are looking at Konga.
Am I going to break down? Am I going to break down and finally buy these licensed figures from?
I've got Gorgo. I'm on the hook for Reptosaurus.
I got parts.
I pre-ordered the Chibis, the whole 4 set, because I don't really want to shell out for Yongari, because it's beautiful, but damn, is it expensive?
Yeah.
Same price as all the others.
It was. It's again,
except for their original characters. The original characters are a lot cheaper.
Yeah, Reptosaurus though Reptilicus was the first DVD kaiju that I had when we made the switch from VHS to DVD. I've always been unapologetically enamored by this ridiculous movie. Like, even when all we had was the AIP version. And with Gorgo, it's just a good movie and a great suit design. And the monster lives at the end, both of them. So I'm going to get that one. But with Konga, I have to get it just to have the trifecta.
Yeah.
If they get it.
Yeah, just to get the trifecta. But we also gave shout outs to Titanic Creations, because that's another thing they all have in common.
Mhm.
They all have figures from them.
Or
And
getting them.
Well,
yeah. And I think this just goes to show you that more people need to pay attention to physical media, because when Vinegar Syndrome gets Gorgo, Yongari, and Reptilicus, it's a big deal, especially Reptilicus.
Yeah,
Because they officially released the Danish version. And so, you people like us, we're all over that. But I think, Damon, we introduced some people to the joys of the Tillicus song, which is why I'm actually glad that this panel, I almost wish this panel was back to back. I wish I had thought of this for our panel, Ryan, that I should have, we could point to musical moments in kaiju movies. We did talk about some of the Mothra films and all that, but Tillicus, the Tillicus song. I even said, I went on a mini rant in the episode where I just Reptilicus is not a musical.
With two songs make it a musical. So
yeah. I lost my mind because why? So I found it. I found the video on YouTube, put it into the PowerPoint as to you're going to see this now, people. You haven't seen it already.
We had to suffer. You're suffering again.
Yeah. And so I played it there live, and I to my surprise, I think most of that crowd hadn't seen it, and they were just
there were shocked giggles throughout the whole thing, and what is this? Why is he singing to a bunch of girl children?
Yeah,
why are they
in a park, and now they're doing a conga line, and it's it was just so weird.
Conga line, got
it. There was even a point where, as during one of the musical interludes, I just injected myself and said, "This is going to be stuck in your head for the rest of the con." It was great. It was great. And we got to make the joke about the two different Connies.
Oh yes,
got
the
to make
blonde bombshell
versus your mom.
Yeah, them fighting words.
I don't know. I'd go back and look at your mom. Because Bodil Miller is definitely, she's a competent actress. Let's put it that way.
Well, the funny thing is again, like we said it when we did the episodes, you would think, did they do it just because she's prettier? Because she was, she was Miss Germany or something. She was a German beauty queen.
German beauty queen.
Had nothing to do with it. It was because she spoke English better. That was it.
Bodil Miller could not speak a lick of English at all, and but it also allowed
practical.
It also allowed Sid Pink to add the romantic subtext between her and the general. So, because smut sells.
Okay. We've got some interesting comments here.
Please.
With some of these panels and all that. First off, Punk Otaku says, "What about Godzilla versus Gene Simmons?" Yeah, there you go.
One thing you can figure out has a longer tongue.
Yeah. See if you can come up with something like that. Godzilla and I don't know.
Well,
metal music or rock.
I actually have been thinking a panel I could potentially submit would be about other sort of kaiju rock and metal songs beyond the famous Blue Oyster Cult one.
Oh, there you go. Yeah, there you go. There's one for you. Yeah. Actually, I think I heard the Kaiju Conversations did an episode about that.
Metallica has one, but it's more Cthulhu based. But it's
Call of Cthulhu.
Yeah. So,
and then Jake says he's back, and he gives Obsession a 4 out of 10, a 4 out of 5. Excuse me.
All right.
And then we have 1963 Machetes.
Mathletes.
No, there's no L.
Oh,
Mathetes.
Mathetes.
He's
the Greek hero.
Yes,
yeah, but it's Roger Wyatt.
Hello, Roger Wyatt.
He says he's sorry he couldn't join us this year.
You're gonna have to live in the basement with the model builders.
Yeah, there you go.
Right.
And also, Cody says the musical number was so nice. You should have played it twice.
I'm not going to argue. I think it's much better than the words get stuck in my throat.
Oh man,
I'm looking at you, War the Gargantuas. Yeah, that's right. Calling you out.
There you go. How about that? Well, we'll do a G Fest panel about weird music, about weird attempts at musical numbers in kaiju cinema.
I don't know, Tivoli Nights, in Reptilicus.
Tivoli Nights is actually not that weird, but
well, it's part of the travelogue section of the movie.
Yeah. And the Autistic Bigfoot says, I've only got Gorgo mainly because the movie is a personal favorite of mine. It was my first MSD3K episode. What shocks me is those out of those three that we did, some of them, there were some things where two of them had things in common. Two of them had, were produced by AIP and things like that. Two of them were on MSD3K.
Right.
Why did they not get to Conga? Like, Conga is asking for the MSD3K treatment. I am just saying.
Well, Reptilicus only came about with the reboot. So.
Right.
Yeah.
I'm going to assume with Conga it's that inherent ickiness, because there is like trigger warning. It's rape adjacent.
The movie is.
Yes.
The
novel's even worse. It's to make it family friendly. I think you might have to cut out some plot points.
Yeah.
Or they could just be a Riff Tracks thing.
Yeah, Riff Tracks would make more sense.
More appropriate for Riff Tracks, but
yeah.
So anyway, that panel was fun. That was tremendous fun. So we had European Kaiju Boom, and then within like 30 minutes, we had to do the Q&A with Don Glute, which you both Gene Kelly and Don Glute, you took the option for 90 minutes. I am going to say this right now. I think G-Fest thought that we were going to get a far bigger crowd than what they did, because we could have
panel too. So
with the crowd we got, we could have been in panel room 3.
Oh,
I was actually a little concerned that we were going to have less than 10 people the entire time. And I was like, I was preparing myself to fill the time as much as Don can talk, because this man has done so much in his life. It doesn't take a lot for him to just go on and tell story after story after story after story about all the things that he has done.
Right.
But I was like, I was thinking, do I need to make sure I have enough backup questions to keep him talking? Because
you never know going in.
Yeah, you never know. But I was very disappointed with the turnout.
Luckily, the people who did turn up were very enthusiastic.
They were. So the quality definitely made up for the quantity, but I was shocked how few people were there.
Well, I think because you were at 90 minutes and you ran over Megumi Kobayashi, 70th anniversary of Rodan, and Year of Mothra and 30th anniversary of
Rebirth. That didn't help either.
That did not help your placement.
There was severe competition.
So many heavy hitters in that area.
Yeah, and I wish I had been able to go to at least some of those panels. Like that's another reason why I don't want to do this much next year, because there were things I would have liked to have seen.
Yep.
And I was just working way too much, and so I think the severe competition probably didn't help with that. And I mean, Don still had a great time.
Great. And that's really all that counts, is that the person you are bringing up to the dais enjoys themselves and feels that it was worth their time. And if he did, that's fantastic. That's great.
Yeah. He had a tremendous amount of fun. He was never bored.
Oh, good.
Like people would barely say anything, and then he would he would just go.
Yeah, that's my experience. I've had him on the show 3 different times. It doesn't. That's why I asked for the 90-minute slot, because I knew he would be able to fill it no matter what.
So he's like a liquid.
A little bit, yeah.
He fills the volume of the container he's in. That's great.
Very much so. I'm actually
Yeah.
surprised we didn't even get to all the things we could have potentially spoken about.
Wow.
No, we didn't. But there was only a few moments where I felt like we had to really inject ourselves and be the host and all that. We had the technology was still a little, and the setup we had was still a little bit wonky, so we still had to assist. I think at a few points. I wish they didn't have that microphone taped up.
Well,
That would have made it easier to get it, because we had to have the microphone closer to the laptop so Don could hear it. But Don loved the fact that his face was projected up on that massive screen. We said next year we need to bring smoke machines so he can be the Wizard of Oz.
Mm-hmm. But having the mic taped up, that was a safety thing. Otherwise,
it was a safety thing. I get that, and we were told by the probably shouldn't say this, by the tech team, just like, if you pull it up, I didn't see anything.
Mm-hmm. We won't say who. Mostly because I didn't catch his name, but
yeah. So there was that, to consider as well. By the way, for anybody who is, because I'm probably going to use the audio from my soundboard for this, if you heard some beeps, it was because my phone was plugged in, and it's very to my computer, and it's very finicky right now because this phone is old, and I think the plug for the lightning plug for the battery charger is probably just slightly out of whack, so it beeped a few times. I'm sorry, because I was initially thinking I'd be showing some of my pictures that they're still on my phone, but I don't think I'm going to show them now because the phone's being finicky. But anyway, yeah, it's all right. I'll post them up on socials. You'll get to see them. But anyway, we were pretty superfluous for that.
Yeah,
but I'm actually kind of glad that was a pretty easy panel to be on.
Yeah. Yeah, I even said in the description that in the program that you and we were just set dressing for that particular one.
Yeah.
We were there to make the connection, relay questions if we had to, and otherwise it was all just about the third guest who was patched in.
Yeah, basically. And unfortunately, even though he has come to G-Fest in the past, he does not want to come again, not because he doesn't like us, not because he doesn't like G-Fest. He hates Chicago.
Oh.
He does not like being in Chicago.
It was a town of gangsters at one point.
It was that, and I think, but it's well, I shouldn't say that. It's not that he doesn't like Chicago. He just doesn't like traveling.
That I can understand.
He doesn't like traveling. It's like if he said, like, if G-Fest was like in Arizona, because he's in California. It was like, if it was in Arizona, I'd drive there. But yeah, he doesn't like flying. So,
like I said, sardines in a can. So.
Yeah,
I don't like the process of getting to the plane. Once I'm on the plane, I'm fine. It's the whole TSA standing in line, especially in Chicago.
Yeah, it's kind of ridiculous.
Flying out of Portland or even out of our tiny little place here in Eugene. I don't like to go an hour before time, and I just walk right through TSA.
Right.
It's no big deal.
Yeah, Cody says he felt bad and that Don deserved better. I agree, but Damon was saying, we had severe competition.
Yeah,
and it will go up online, so
everybody will get to see it. That's fantastic.
Yeah, and I'm going to be the video will be on Omni's channel, and my podcast feed will host the audio. That was the arrangement that we made.
Awesome.
So with all of the panels that we were on, he'll take the video, I'll take the audio.
And I'll be in Scotland before you.
But yeah, I'm glad that one was relatively easy because we had to immediately rush over to the writer's workshop. But before we get to that, what did you two gentlemen do other than paneling? That day, if anything.
Paneling.
That sounds like it was some sort of hardware-related convention.
Indeed. I'm trying to find where the writers. Doesn't even say. The writer's
workshop. It was at 4:00.
I know, and I'm not seeing it.
It was actually on the schedule.
It's not on the regular panel schedule.
Yeah,
It's the
that's
regular panel.
okay. What
'Cause
did
it
I
was
do? What did I do?
downstairs in the Gatwick.
Yes, it was. I did Gamma versus Legion 30th anniversary because the first right off the bat, and then went right over to the Jeffrey Engels interview because I'm a historian at heart, and even though he wasn't talking about history, he was an academic, and I love listening to academics talk about their chosen fields because they're so enthusiastic about it. And he was very enthusiastic, and when he took questions, he was like, "Please ask me questions. I love talking about my stuff."
It's so weird when I think about the 2 interviews that I've done with Dr. Engels. And the first one, I think because we didn't know each other quite as well, he felt I was glad that I befriended him at G-Fest.
Yes.
And I think that made him feel a bit more comfortable. And then, I was doing my darndest to be as professional as possible in that first interview. And then when we got to the second one, by that point we were such friends that I'm just like, he was much more enthusiastic, much more comfortable, and it was
just doing this.
Yes. Yeah. Exactly. And I kept saying, it's like, I feel like I'm a student again, so I was still being very formal. He's like, "No, you could call me Jeffrey," and I'm like, "You're gonna be Dr. Engels, okay?"
Yeah.
You're just.
I think the biggest takeaway is I found out the day previous when I got his autographs, but then he also reiterated during his interview that the next book he was working on was Rodan.
It would include Rodan because I think it's actually a short story,
right? And it's like the crowd went wild at that. It's like, holy crap, just what we want. Yeah, and I mean, come on, 56 Rodan is a better love story than Twilight.
Badumtish. Yeah.
No, badumtish. I'm standing on that.
It is.
And it was all, and we all know it was all a mistake. The wire snapped, but beyond that, anyway. After that, you guys were halfway through your Gene Kelly one, and I didn't feel like going halvesies on that. I like to see panels all the way through. So I think I went to film versus digital.
Oh, that was one of Elijah's panels again.
Yeah. Then earliest kaiju fiction, which was
also Dr. Engels,
which was great.
I kind of wish I had been able to make it to that one. I was curious about that one, even though I'm pretty sure we would have talked about a lot of that stuff. He's also, by the way, working on getting a translation of the Japanese short story Matango.
Yes,
that would be fantastic. Not A Voice in the Night, the British one. There was actually he made me aware that there was a Japanese version of Matango short story. I'm like, oh,
and I would snap that up in a heartbeat because I'm sorry, Matango. I've been a fan for Matango since the first time I saw it as Attack of the Mushroom People back on Saturday Cinema. Dumb title, but it fit with the genre, that they were trying to do in the 60s, 70s. But yeah, to get the story for that, I'm looking forward to that. Anyway, so earliest kaiju fiction. Then we did our panel, the European Kaiju Boom. Surprisingly, more attended than I thought it would be. And again, and when I asked if anybody had seen the Danish version, we had 3 people raise their hand.
A few people,
but the one kid who actually us at the end of the Reptilica section. Actually, he also did this on the differences between the two movies.
Yeah, there were a couple that we somehow forgot to include.
Yeah,
I think we got the major ones, but he brought in some other ones.
He brought in a couple ones.
But the hastily animated
farmer,
snot, farmer. Yeah.
I think it was the Year of Mothra, which is right after that I attended.
It's another Jeffrey Engels one, I think.
Yeah.
Or no, was it? Or is it Donnie and Danny?
It was Danny. Okay. It was Donnie and Danny. And I think I was going to do the Rebirth of Mothra, but that got canceled and it got shifted. Somebody else was doing it, and so I left, and I got a call from the wife, so I had to talk to her.
Cool.
Had to talk to her.
Yeah.
Which is fine. I mean, I love my wife dearly, and she couldn't be there.
Yeah.
didn't want.
I
to be
kind
there.
of I want her to know. I want her to come back.
She does know, and she found it adorable. She said,
I'm not going to speak for anybody else. I want her to come back.
We might be able to trick her into next year, especially if I'm doing panels next year. I think she will want to be there, but it depends on her schooling, since her schooling takes precedence.
Right.
I
I also just want to get mugged. I mean, hugged.
Yeah.
Again.
I'm sorry, sir.
How exactly would you trick her? Like
by playing up. Oh, honey, I was so lonely last time. I was by myself. I could really use a partner. I know kaiju aren't your thing, but if you were just there, just your presence, you can do other stuff. It's okay.
You know what she would probably say? It's like, you got Nathan, you'll be fine.
You got Nathan, you got Danny, you're fine. Don't worry about it. You're doing panels.
You need to set it up like you're planning some sort of romantic getaway. They leave some around like to keep her guessing, like a flyer for a cruise or.
See, the problem is we have to plan this like almost a year in advance, so she's gonna know. So she has to be part of those plans.
Well, no, what I was thinking is like if you knew what movies were going to play at the Pickwick, so if there's like a boat attack in it, it's like, oh, we're going to go on a cruise, and you have.
I'm sorry, the Pickwick needs to show Matungo. That's got a boat. That's got a boat attack. So.
That's got a boat attack.
Kind of.
Jake says, trust me, I've tried that with my
wife. Luckily, my wife really loves Mothra. She hasn't seen the Mothra trilogy yet, but anytime I say, "Oh, Mothra's in this film," she says, "Oh," she perks up. So, "Oh, I'll watch it." That's her kaiju. She loves the whole death, rebirth, renewal, energy, blah blah blah. My wife does the woo woo crystal
all
stuff.
The feminine energy. It's just
she loves the feminine energy, and that's great.
Except for Mother Leo.
That one, I'm curious to see what she says about that, because that's all kinds of masculine energy just juicing over on that one. So like,
yeah, but so is that everything up until
the writer's seminar? Yeah, or the Kaiju Writers Unite. Show us your stuff.
But Omni, I think you had like all of your panels were, I think, that day. So you were pretty. No, Brave Storm was the next day.
Yeah,
but
one more.
Yeah, there's one after that. So were you just trying to like
dominate Saturday?
A introvert so that you would be ready for the panels?
As much as I could, although I had a friend who lives around that area, not in Chicago, but he can get to it. He was visiting that day, so I was catching up with him. So, there was that. I didn't have as much time to introvert that day.
Yeah.
But it was worth catching up with an old friend.
Yeah. Now, so I think we can go into the writer's seminar, right?
Sure, why not?
Not that I'll be able to contribute much.
Yeah, because initially the plan was, I had a few backups just in case, because what we were going to do is have the panelists get a small group of writers and then work with them for 2 hours. They'd all share their stories and give feedback, and it would be the whole group, but the panelist would basically be the group leader and to facilitate that. And we had a small enough of a crowd that it was okay for you to just kind of bow out.
Well, here's what happened, actually. Yeah, you counted it out and you figured it was going to be like 4 people for each panelist. Mm-hmm. And people immediately went up to whichever panelist they wanted to have as their overseer, or whatever term you want to use.
Yeah.
I had one person come up to me that saying, hoping to be in a group, and one person saying he just wanted to observe but not actually contribute. And that was it. It's like everyone else instinctively knew to avoid me.
Well, they knew you were an introvert.
The funny thing was, if that's the one I'm thinking of, I got him in my group and I got him to share.
Yeah.
Which one was that?
It was the guy. I think it was the guy who had the ultra woman.
Oh right. Oh yeah. He was very introverted. So, but he got him to open up.
I got him to share. I think he was the one who just said he wanted to observe, but I got him to talk and got him to share.
But either way, that was all I had. So they broke off. We decided that really wasn't enough. So they were paired off in other groups, and there was nothing else for me to do. So I went off. My friend and I got some dinner, and after that, he dropped me back off. He headed home.
Yeah,
I took the rest of the evening for myself.
Yeah. I will admit the workshop did not go as smoothly as I would have liked. Donnie had to leave early, so he didn't really get a group. He just kind of mingled a little bit to help out, and Christopher Nigro had to leave to catch his flight, and he ended up, as Cody was pointing out, he basically gave control of his group over to Cody, and he actually says he wished he had given it to you, Ryan.
Well, I mean, by that point, I was already gone. So
yeah, that was true.
I'm sure you did a good job.
Yeah, their group was right next to ours, but so they were lively. They were having a good time, right over. But the breakout star from my group, kind of the whole workshop, Josh, I think was his name. He was right behind you, Damon, and was really getting into his story. So I had to work extra hard to stay focused on our little group there in the corner.
Oh, right. The guy right behind me. Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
He was very, very effusive.
Yes, for sure. That's why I had to really make sure I was dialed in.
Well, you notice I sat with my head down because I was trying to focus on our group rather than hear what he was saying.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, sometimes I just try to do that, just to make sure that I'm, I'm focusing on, what we had there. But I was overjoyed by what we had. Like, there was the first time we did it. I don't want to throw anybody under the bus, but we had last year, I had a couple of awkward contributors with awkward fan fiction, and we did our best to work with them. There was nothing but hits in the group that I had this year. Like
5 completely different ideas.
All very different and all very excellent. I was overjoyed by what we had. And just when I thought I knew what to expect, I was surprised. So I led by example. I shared a kaiju flash fiction that, in true flash fiction fashion, has a big twist ending that kicked everybody in the teeth. Yeah,
I would say it's about 1.5 foot lower than the teeth.
Yeah,
they got kicked
right in the chest.
It was a gut punch.
Yeah,
because it's kind of like, oh man.
Yeah, I won't spoil it for people, but the title's fun. It's Ultra Jet Rider, inspired by Godzilla versus Megalon. It's actually a holdover idea. I had a friend, Nick Hayden, absolutely brilliant writer. Back during my previous podcast life, he actually said, "Hey, I challenge you to write a flash fiction based on each of the episodes or each movie that you cover." And I didn't come up with ideas for every single one, unfortunately, but the ones I did come up with have been slowly making happen. And this was the one that was inspired by the Godzilla versus Megalon episode, because we went through all the Godzilla movies at the time. And I've written a few other ones, but so I did this one. And then you shared your story, and I still need to read your one from last year, because I just sent
it to you, and it's the cleaned up version. So
yeah, the one from last year, because I know that they're connected.
Same universe,
yeah, same universe, same characters.
Yeah.
And it's such a great idea. I was in love with the idea for your story.
Thank you. I keep rereading it and I keep wanting to futz with it. I'm so George Lucas. And I know that I can't. I know it's good the way it is. Leave it alone. Clean up some of the dangling participles, whatever. Clean up the little fritzy stuff, the word usage maybe.
Han shoots first.
Yeah, always.
Yes.
And he doesn't lean out of the way.
Yeah.
But yeah, it took me the better part of a week from inception to final draft.
Mm-hmm.
and I'm kind of sorry that I didn't get to finish it, but it is 10 pages long. So
Yeah. Well, and yeah, that was the other thing is we had to kind of we
condense
couldn't
it.
share everything because of time constraints. But yours was such a fascinating idea. It's basically it's like another chapter in a superhero origin story, but it's the
It's
superhero.
exactly what it is. Thank you.
But it's the superhero when he's a kid and he discovers that half of his brain is in a parallel dimension, but he can summon kaiju from the other dimension and like transform into them and then go fight other kaiju. It's such a great idea.
And the fact that he had been classified as autistic because he was not connecting with the real world. Because he wasn't completely within the real world. And a lot of the people that we had with us, a couple of them were neurodivergent and autistic, and they clocked it immediately before I ever said anything, and said it was a very respectful use of autism. And they asked me about my experience with autism. Did I study it? So no, I had a relative who was nonverbal. And they said, I want to know more. I want to know, is this, is it negative for him or is it a positive for him? It's 100% positive for him because his social worker is another major character, is the one who is both his protector and his link to the outside world, trying to draw him out to get him to be. He's only 10 in the story, so this is the first time he helps.
Yeah,
So.
and the dialogue was snappy and the characterization was strong and like we were into it. Like we were nothing but entertained the entire time.
You gave me the greatest compliment, and I don't think you knew that you were doing it when you said it's got to be your history as an actor, that allows you to write funny dialogue without trying to be funny. I wasn't trying to be funny. You all laughed at the line when it says, "Look, I don't know who this is, and I don't have the time to care." And see, and the guy, that character is dead serious almost the entire time. But all y'all laughed at that line. It's like, okay, Bob is funny now. Got it. All right.
Bob is funny.
Hey, I can attest to that. Being an actor does help with writing dialogue. I've done plenty of theater.
Yeah, and I think because we, as actors, we are inundated with all different kinds of writing. I mean, I could have written this very Neil Simon-y, where it's a pop, 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 and other stories I have in the same universe do that because those characters are quippy and they use language in a completely different way. This is a little more grounded, and especially with an autistic character, you have to be careful with. Yes, he's very smart for a 10-year-old. He's very aware of certain things, but he's also got giant blind spots that I can't impose. I can't say, "Oh, you know this." No, you don't. You can't. 1, you're too young. 2, you're autistic. 3, your brain is off in another dimension, playing tiddlywinks with giant monsters.
You're getting interesting comments about all this.
Yeah.
Oh, there's comments.
Yeah.
I'm not on YouTube, so I can't see it.
Yeah. We have
comments.
I didn't want to be this is Cody. I didn't want to be a mentor originally, if I am being honest. I just wanted to observe, but Chris needed somebody to take over. It was originally supposed to be Zach and I, but Zach got sick. And it seems like you did perfectly fine. Josh Braffman, that's the guy I was thinking of, was part of my group. Everyone did a great job, but his work really stuck out to me. He's extremely talented.
Yeah.
Extremely talented.
Is that the guy who got published?
Yeah, the last year, because he was in my group, and I immediately grabbed him and was like, "You need to talk to Chris."
Yeah, 100%.
You need to get this published.
Right. Yeah, I didn't. Yeah, he disappeared.
And I told Chris,
quick.
like, you see this guy? Publish his story now.
Yeah. He disappeared quick after the ended, and I couldn't get a hold of it. I wanted to get his book, but I guess I have to find it later. So
yeah. And then Autistic Bigfoot says he has Asperger's syndrome, and he's always struggled with understanding the real world, but Tokusatsu's been his favorite place for escapism.
And I do understand that. My cousin who was nonverbal was his thing was wrestling, And that
Mhm.
was during the 80s when it was all story driven and very
Mhm.
big personalities. He loved it, and that was his thing. And so my character Kenjiro watches Ultraman, and that's it.
Mhm.
That's all he watches. So he has internalized this need to be a hero, the good, the bad, the right versus wrong, good cop, bad cop, whatever. He has internalized that, which is why the first thing he does when a monster shows up is pop, turns into a monster and heads that way.
Mhm.
It's like, oh crap. Okay, now we got a 10-year-old in a monster body.
Yeah. Basically. Yeah, like yeah, I want to read the other stories in this. I love this idea. You've got my dude, you got a series of stories and books with this. Like you could do so many interesting things with this.
The irony is Rachel is also an anomaly. You don't find that out till in a completely different story, but her personal story is a vastly different story than Kenjiro's. This is all about Kenny. Can't call him Kenny. His mom wants him to be known as Kenjiro. Sorry. His mom is Japanese national. He's first generation American, so she doesn't speak any English at all. Which is again why he has a social worker.
Yeah.
To kind of be the bridge. But yeah, the character Captain Bob Reynolds of the Kaiju Response Unit, he's the one who messes up all the time, calls the kid Kenny. And Rachel, his social worker, has to say, Kenjiro, remember? His mom wants him to call Kenjiro because she hates the Americanization. Anyway, it's just the little things is that I think make the story more interesting.
Yeah.
You don't have to flesh it out. Just give a hint. There's a bigger world out there. There's something going on behind the scenes.
Which actually was something that we told to a young man who was in there who was very nervous. He was at the he was at the I wish I could remember his name. I feel kind of bad. But he was at the panel and wrote a story, a flash fiction. It was like 1,100 words in, as he put it, a creative panic.
Right.
The night before, and thought it was going to be terrible, and we all
loved it. It was
because
great.
he's like the kaiju are barely in it. It was like, it doesn't matter.
No.
You gave us enough of a sense of what's going on in this with the kaiju that if you gave us more, it would have been too much. It would have taken away. And it's such a simple, brilliant premise. It was a Japanese couple meeting a lawyer to start to sign divorce papers.
We got the name
and the whole thing gets what?
We got the name in the comments, I think, from Cody.
Oh, really?
He's saying Damon 10 out of 10 would read this story of yours. It sounded great.
Thank you.
Yeah. No. But no, so and then the proceedings for this, and they have like a really small son. And then there are points where it kind of cuts back to like these mini flashbacks about how they met and got married, and it relates, and a lot of it relates back to like they met because they were both in a bunker hiding during a kaiju attack, and it was this going in and out, and the divorce proceedings get interrupted by the kaiju attack, and it just boils down to this couple. It was just about to sign divorce papers, is desperately trying to keep their little son from dying. And it was brilliant.
The thing
it was brilliant in its simplicity. I loved it.
I just realized on rehearing the whole premise that you could almost use the kaiju attacks as a metaphor for the universe wanting them to stay together.
Yeah.
Needing them to stay together.
Yeah.
Which in itself is also a powerful metaphor. Like, tragedies are happening to keep this couple from making a mistake. And I found that fascinating. I couldn't verbalize it at the time, but I just, on retrospect, on running it back through my head, it's like, wow.
Yeah. Yeah. He thought it'd be terrible, and we all loved it.
And the joy on his face when and the way he relaxed into that when we told him, it's like I like seeing that.
Yeah, because he was like, don't you need more stuff about the kaiju? Like, no,
don't.
no, we're invested in these characters. If you started to throw more about the kaiju in there, it would take away from it.
I said, always go by the maxim. Sometimes less is more.
Sometimes less is more. Yeah. So that was another big highlight out of our group.
The kaiju rom-com.
Yes, I was about to get to that one. We had the next guy had the beginnings of what we called a kaiju rom-com, and it was based heavily. It was basically a guy goes to basically a fictionalized G-Fest, and then while he's there, turns out kaiju are actually real. One goes on a rampage, and everybody gets trapped in the hotel where the convention is going on, and he ends up connecting with a young lady there. Well, what we were saying is because it was just the beginning of it, and it was just him arriving at the airport and bickering with a flight attendant, and we were all
sass.
And there was so much sass, and we were like, he's like, yeah, it's it. And then it goes from there, and then he's gonna meet the girl at the con, and then they get trapped together. It's like, is it the flight? We're all like, can it be the flight attendant?
Make her the love interest. Opposites attract.
Love interest? Can it be the flight attendant? And then he's like, well, I guess it could, but what do we use the monster for? It's like, make the monster something that one or both of them is scared of, and that's their character arc. Like, they have to overcome the fear because the kaiju is the thing that they're most scared of. And we were
throwing so many ideas at him.
I think we were throwing so many ideas. Like, do you realize what you could have here? Like, it's so like, I don't know if we went with like the most cliche way of doing it. The girl's arachnophobic and the monster is a giant spider. So now she has to deal with the fact, oh my gosh, there's a giant spider. What am I gonna do? And
then I said, why not make it? He starts by saving her. Then they actually see the monster. It's something he's afraid of. He falls apart. She has to take over and save him.
Yeah.
And so you have that reversal.
And then the whole thing is how they get together, basically.
And then you brought up the great point, and he really latched onto this. Instead of having, like in a dramatic movie, you have a comic relief moment. Because this is a rom-com, it's ostensibly a comedy, you have a dramatic relief moment. You have a heavy point. And that heavy point, we were saying, could be when they're finally in a safe space, her saying, what the hell happened to you? Why did you freeze? What's going on? You were doing so well saving me, and I had to step up there. What's going on? And then he unburdens himself. We said, you can do multiple things. What is it?
Yeah. It could be something like...
Is it a giant bird? Because the guy himself was afraid of birds.
Yeah, because he was afraid of birds. Because when he was a little kid, a flock of birds came after him. Or
cockroaches, because he had to stay with his dad in a tenement.
It's a giant cockroach, and he, grew up. He was in an apartment complex, and there was like a swarm of cockroaches, what was another one I suggested? So maybe it could be, the kaiju was a giant hornet, and he was, he knocked over a hornet's nest and got stung a bunch of times when he was younger. So
we were throwing as many ideas at the wall to give him options, because I don't think he knew right then. It was a germ of an idea. He had a great place to go. We were just saying, look, you have so many options here. Here's a whole bunch of them. Think of more. Rats, cats, could be a dog even. I mean,
maybe he got bit by a dog at some point in his life.
We unless you're going to go into how this critter was created, it doesn't matter. What it looks like, what it inspires, the fear.
I think he knew how the monster was going to get made, and he explained that to us, but it's detailed that it's kind of irrelevant to the whole story.
Yeah, focus on the rom-com. Focus on the relationship.
Yeah, because that's what we're invested in. We're invested in these characters, and we want to see them, because I'm like, dude, make it. We want to know if the characters are going to survive the kaiju attack and get together. That's what this is about.
I mean, yes, you've got your suspense moments where you have kaiju attacking, tendrils coming out, or claws, or drool, acidic, blah blah blah. You've got that. Yeah, that's fine. That's not the crux. That's the conflict at that moment that's easily overcome.
Yeah. So that one was great too, and we wanted more of that one, because he only read like a couple of pages, and we're just like, the sass. We need the sass.
We need the sass.
Make her. the love interest, because I can tell you I got a roommate who talked to some pretty flight attendants who were at the hotel, not for the convention, but because the flight they worked on was on layover. So it's very reasonable that he could go to the con, and then she's like, oh, the flight's laid over. I guess I'm gonna go stay at that hotel. And she's like, oh, this is where the nerds are. And like, goes from there,
We're nerds.
Yeah. Yeah. So yeah, there was so much potential with that one. And then we also had a guy didn't so much share his story because it was the beginnings of basically an entire saga. It was like this Dune-esque
Oh God, yeah.
space opera with no humans.
Oh,
that
yes, question.
was about
Yeah.
it was going to be about a disgraced, exiled princess framed for a crime she didn't commit, who gets exiled to basically a penal colony of kaiju, and it's her and her dishonored and her dishonored bodyguard, because we suggested like take the bodyguard with her.
Yeah.
Yeah, he's honor bound to her, even though she's a quote unquote convicted criminal. And now the two of them are trying to survive on this penal colony of kaiju. And I'm like, I need this.
Yeah.
Like, his world building was tremendous.
I can imagine.
And the setup was great. There's a
It was
lot like
well thought out.
It's very well thought out. He actually sent his material to me to look over. And once I can find a little bit of time, I'm gonna look it over for him. But I'm like, dude, there's so much potential with this. Like, the world is great, and these characters sound interesting, and this is a wonderful setup. And I was like, I need this. Like, this is Dune with more kaiju is really what it boils down to. So I was excited about that one, and he was too. And then I think, honestly, probably our surprise was the guy who was supposed to be with you, Omni,
the Observer.
The Observer. But I think after all the rest of us went, we were able to get him to talk about what he had. He had written, and I could see from a distance, what it looked like, and he was following proper script format and everything.
Yep.
This was the only guy who had anything resembling fan fiction, which surprised me a little bit, because I was expecting more fan fiction, and we had
there was in the corner
stories.
group. Yeah.
Yeah, we mostly had original stories, but this guy had the pilot episode for what was basically an Ultra series, but the Ultra and the host were both female, and the human host, and the human host was the daughter of a human woman and a Mephiles, but it was a Mephiles who was trying basically to go straight. So she has these conflicting natures, and part of the lore that he explained to us was that she had been given a piece of an Ultra woman's heart that was put into her to try to offset that Mephiles part of her nature. So she has there's this duality in her that's constantly competing with one another, and then she ends up bonding with an Ultra woman that he said was like, she's like the goddess of compassion. From the land of light or whatnot. And he read some of the passages, read some of the lines to us, and we were enraptured by this.
Yep.
And when it was all done, we're like, somebody needs to call Super Raya. This needs to be real. Like, I was like, I have been wondering why Super Raya never tried something like this, and you just wrote the pilot. We need this.
It'd be cool.
Even if Super Raya doesn't pick it up, and you're not able to get it produced yourself or whatever, tweak it just enough so that it's technically original, and make it real.
I remember I pointed out the whole idea of the fact that this is a goddess of compassion. Have his Ultra, when she transforms, be less aggressive and much more trying to pacify. So maybe her, instead of specium beams and saws and blades and things like, it's a calming effect, like a ray of to bring down the emotions, to calm things. If it doesn't work, you can have your kaiju fight, not a problem. But until then, it's all stuff meant to kind of
you were
calm the situation.
You were comparing the character to, as I put it, a properly written Wonder Woman.
Yes, you know,
less bondage, more heart.
Yeah,
where her first response is to pacify the situation, and because you looked up Gail Simone line, where she tries to pacify the situation, and when all of that fails, she is very capable as a woman.
Don't kill if you can wound. Don't wound if you can subdue. Don't subdue if you can pacify, and don't raise your hand at all until you first extended it.
Yeah.
It's huge. I love Gail Simone. I have actually interacted with her on Threads several times. And that is probably one of the best, truest lines I've ever read for a superhero that's been around since the 40s. And obviously, it was created by a guy who's in a polyamorous relationship who had bondage fantasies.
Yeah.
All that aside,
he's a weirdo. He was
a very strange man. But he also created a woman, a superheroine, who did not submit unless she was forced to, and who was originally an ambassador of peace. And I think that, for one, unique in 1940s. Two, the fact that she has endured for so long as a flagship character, and the authors who have come since then, especially Gail Simone, not even reinventing the character, just bringing back what she was originally intended to be.
Yeah.
And restating that. And I think the gentleman author wrote that down. He said, you could see it. He obviously was autistic, but he clocked it, and I could see the interest. It's like, that is a good sentence. And he immediately started hastily writing it down. And I hope he does take that and incorporate that into the character, because it is a very good internalized theme for an Ultra Woman.
If I may go on another slight tangent, I think that is one of the reasons why people have needless difficulty writing Wonder Woman. It's like, this is not hard, guys.
Not at all.
It really isn't that hard, but you're making it hard.
Part of it is the reliance on male writers and the dearth of female writers with these characters. She wrote some of the best X-Men too. She gave Kurt Wagner, Nightcrawler, some of the best, most in-depth character choices. And he's my favorite X-Man. So naturally I was going to grab it. And I did not know she wrote wrote that part of his comic existence that I just clued into so much. You need more of that, because I think I won't say that women writers are inherently better. I think that they clock a difference in existing characters. And I think that's also true for kaiju authors. I think we could do more with having women look at the kaiju genre in general and say, hey, what about this? And make us think, like, oh.
I mean, Terror of Mechagodzilla was written by a woman, and it's it's still one of my favorite Godzilla movies. It was my first. Like I said that, like.
Of course, at the same time, Patty Jenkins wrote Wonder Woman 1984, so you still have to have an understanding of what you're working with.
Yeah, exactly. So, which is amazing considering how good the first one was.
Well, she didn't write it.
That's true.
She just directed it.
Yeah.
Yeah. And that's not this. I mean, some of the best rom-coms, intelligently written rom-coms, were written by women. Granted, I'm not a huge rom-com fan, but I'm getting closer because my wife is a fan. But I mean, I'm always intrigued when I start enjoying something, especially in the comic genre. And it's mostly a male power fantasy, but then you start having these really different storylines. You look at who wrote this. Oh, that's not a dude.
Yeah. I
Makes
mean,
sense.
when I found out that Terror of Mechagodzilla was written by a woman, I was like, that explains so much.
The poignancy,
it really put that movie into perspective. It was like, this could only have been written by a woman.
And I think having more of that in the modern era would do our fandom and genre a huge service to kind of open it up and keep it from being such a sausage fest.
Yeah.
We're all slapping each other on the back all the time. And I think that we need to be maybe literarily humbled a little bit and shown a different path.
Mm-hmm.
I'm open.
Yeah. I mean, as long as the writing is good, that's my only qualifier. As long as the writing is good, bring it. Bring it all in.
Writing, directing, producing.
Yeah. Because that's my thing. If the talent is there,
it doesn't matter.
It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter the gender, race, none of that. If the story's good, that's what matters. Story is king.
Tangent, but not really. It still links up. The play that I'm going to be rehearsing for tomorrow, The Shark is Broken, which is about the last couple of weeks filming Jaws. So the characters are actually the people: Robert Shaw, Richard Dreyfuss, and Roy Scheider. Our Richard Dreyfuss is a woman. And she's fucking phenomenal. She's jetting phenomenal. Let me correct myself right off the bat. She has the manic early Dreyfuss energy and the laugh. I auditioned with her and she did that laugh, and all I could do was go, "Oh, you have this role." And just point of fact, the fact that we have a woman playing this character who is definitely male, we all know it, and you don't even think about it, especially once she gets her wig and her sweater and everything on. She will be 100% Richard, and it'll be great. And I wish I could see it rather than be in it, to be honest, because it's going to be something.
Yeah.
But several good comments regarding all of this.
Yeah, I was going to say I do want to get to the comments, but I think we've covered the workshop here.
Yes,
the rest of Saturday we'll wrap up pretty quickly, I think. But yeah, Cody says that that story sounds great too. So many wonderful ideas in that workshop. I love it. I do too. Autistic Bigfoot says, "Oh boy, now I feel like I need to go to G-Fest because I'm a budding writer, and this workshop sounds perfect for someone like me." Cody says, "One of the best things about all of these was all of these wonderfully creative ideas, and none felt derivative of each other in any way. Some with these stories shared here. And a lot of these are going to be published." That was an announcement. It was one of the announcements that Christopher Nigro made while he was there, was that, guess what, guys? We're starting an anthology for first-time writers. So if your stories are original, they're going to be published. You'll have to go through the publishing process, so you're going to have to work with that. And I think that's good for them, so they understand this is what it's going to be like working with a publisher and an editor and things like that. There's a process to this, but you will get your first byline, by going with Wild Hunt, which was something I said, dude, I think we should do something like that for a lot of these, because I think a lot of them need to have that first chance, that first, opportunity, get something on their resume. And I know some of them are also going to be used in some other anthologies. Nigro also announced Kaiju Planet, a new fanzine to kind of fill the void left by G-Fan. And I guess since he announced it, I can say it. I've been assisting with that behind the scenes, so I'm helping to make that happen. And my story, and my story that was shared in the group will be published in issue 0. Kind of like a test issue to see what the
is this going to be. I didn't get a clear answer on this, whether this was going to be digital or digital and physical.
I think it'll be both, if I remember correctly. If I remember correctly, we're producing issue 0 to kind of as a way to say, like, this is what it's going to be like, and then use that as a springboard to do a Kickstarter.
Okay. Yeah, because I am definitely that generation that prefers physical media.
Oh, I've been telling them, it's like, dude, I want an actual magazine, please. I want an actual magazine.
Yeah, it's coming back.
Yeah. So much originality. I love it. I absolutely love it. I'm with you. Nerd, I resemble that remark. Yes, you do.
We all know.
Yeah, I love the scent of all these stories. Yeah, all originals in my group, and I'm happy to say.
Right.
And I just want to say I have nothing against fan fiction. One of the first things I started doing as a young teenage writer was fan fiction, and I am freaking writing fan fiction now with the with the podcast and with Scyther. I have nothing against fan fiction. Fan fiction gets a bad rap because
its place.
Awful writing.
Yeah.
But here's the thing, if the fan fiction is well written, it's a good story.
Technically, the longest work of fiction ever written is a fan fiction.
Oh, what's that?
It's based on the Nickelodeon cartoon The Loud House, and part of the reason the guy's made it so long is because he has just sort of copied and pasted certain episode scripts and just tweaked them a little.
Oh,
but
wow.
it's still going as far as I know, and it's like I do believe it is considered the longest written thing ever.
Wow.
It's really bizarre. I think
That is very bizarre. That's weird.
The internet is a strange place.
We love it.
Yeah. The Autistic Bigfoot. I actually published a couple books back when I was in high school before I knew what I was doing. They never sold, but I'm willing to try it again. You should.
I will say this about that. I wrote a novelette, a novella when I was in high school. Never saw the light of day, obviously. But going back and looking at it, I can see the seeds for what I could work better, what I could, produce a better story based on some of the ideas I had. So, Mr. Autistic Bigfoot, my brother in Sasquatch, go back.
If you want to know, his real name's Brian.
Okay, Brian, go back, look at it. Yes, it may not have sold, and you might want to take another look at it, a deeper look, with an understanding of how you can tweak it, or maybe even just take an idea from it and make it a separate thing. Because the germs of ideas are all good. It's our execution of making it grow that is the process, and getting that one idea to germinate properly is the goal.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, Gyakushu and Shin says, I was thinking that if I ever did write a kaiju story, I'd probably need a co-writer who knows how to write amazing human characters, because I'd probably be more focused on writing the kaiju scenes.
Apparently, I write good humans, so
yeah. Well, at least you understand your limitation. Like your, I don't want to say limitations, that your
shortcomings,
your gaps,
yeah.
So that you know what to work on. Whether that's improving your own craft or finding someone to help you out. Yeah, and then Brian, I'll just say Brian. That's my problem. I have trouble writing human characters because I'm not much of a people person in real life.
I'm right there with you, man. But I have spent so much time in the theater community, pretending I'm human, that I kind of got a clock on what makes normal people tick.
Yeah, I'm going to say the dialogue that the guy with the Ultra Woman script that he was reading, it sounded great.
Yeah.
So he's got a handle on it too.
There's one thing that introverts and people on the spectrum have, is that observational ability.
Mm-hmm.
They can sit in a room, people will ignore them, and they will soak everything in.
Mm-hmm.
I used to go to when I lived closer to it in Southern California, I used to go to Disneyland 4 times a year, and half the time I'm not even there riding the rides. I'm sitting on a bench watching people.
Mm-hmm.
And if all else fails, read a lot of books and watch a lot of movies. Pay attention to that.
If you want snappy dialogue, Neil Simon, well-written sitcom. Joss Whedon, does good snappy dialogue. Well-written sitcoms are also good. Golden Girls, damn.
Gilmore Girls also has
have really good banter.
Yeah,
what was that?
Detective stories, they have really good banter.
Yes. Brendan's back.
Hey, Brendan. The Lenny Briscoe era of Law and Order. The hangdog police detective with the young buck. That dynamic is a trope, but it works, and that's their relationship and the way they talk to each other and the way they talk to other people and interacted. it's a good way of looking at how a certain subset of people behave.
Yeah. And then the last couple comments we have here is Jake says, I want to write a book, but writing isn't my first language. That's why you're friends with me. And I have to say, you've written some little scripts for our podcasts, and I've been surprised to how good they've turned out, So don't underestimate yourself. And then Cody says, physical media for life.
Since we're talking about writing, I did want to share something. I'd seen this reposted on Facebook right before the live stream. It's something that was screen captured from Twitter or something. It says, indie authors and publishers, here's some raw stats from the Simon & Schuster / Penguin antitrust hearings, just in case you thought your books aren't selling well. According to publisher testimony, 50% of all Big Five published novels sell less than 12 copies, 66% sell less than 1,000, 98% sell less than 5,000. So if you sell 13 copies, you're already ahead of half the big house novels.
Well, I guess that means I am in maybe like the top 60 percentile at this point, at the very least. Yeah.
You're doing great. We love what you're working on.
Yeah, we love it. Yeah.
We'd love to be a part of it. Yeah, call Guido.
Yeah, just don't make me quit smoking.
I'm a 24-year-old woman. I'm down to 6 packs a day. Don't worry about it.
For a second, I thought you were going to say 6 pounds a day.
No, that's my sister. She has a cocaine habit.
I'm down to 6 pounds. I've reduced myself to a pair of eyeballs.
I'm just skin stretched on a frame.
I saw that episode of Doctor Who. Anyway. So the writer stuff was glorious.
Yes.
My favorite thing from the entire weekend, especially the workshop, absolutely glorious. I was in my element with that. Loved it to death. Saturday night, unfortunately, no, I shouldn't say that. That was mean. And maybe it's wise that I didn't do a whole lot because I was just running around doing crazy stuff. But most of Saturday night Damon was just you and me hanging out at the Red Bar. And
I would have been
people, chatting with people,
Yeah, the starting that off with, unfortunately.
I was with you guys too.
Yes, you were.
Yeah, you had dinner with us. That's true. Yeah.
Originally, I was there by myself. I see Danny was together with his friends on the other side of the little partition there, and I said something as Gary and got his attention. He says, "I'm never going to get used to that voice out of your mouth." So we had.
By the way, because I discovered. Because Matt's friend Ben, who was one of my roommates for the weekend, he has a stutter.
Oh no!
Except when he's drunk. And I'll leave it at that. So I'm thinking there has to be a future scene where Gary gets drunk and the lisp is gone.
Then his German accent comes out.
I'm just saying, for future reference. But anyway.
Okay.
Yeah.
I'll keep it in mind.
Yeah, but so we just kind of hung around, had dinner, had a heart-to-heart. Occasionally was interrupted by my other friends who decided to be annoying,
but not that annoying.
And we ended up missing out on the costume parade, but they had a stupid the dealer room kaiju. Human kaiju came back to try to get in there, and I was just like, you know what? The writers' workshop went a little over, and it felt fruitless to try to get in line at that point, even though I wanted to, because that's like the centerpiece of G-Fest is the costume parade, but it just for the second year in a row, it just was not working for me.
Yeah,
this year.
And that's okay. I mean, I did see a lot of what the what the people produced, and for the most part, I was very impressed.
Yeah, there was some great cosplay this year, I have to say. There was a guy who had an amazing Jet Jaguar, and I'm like, I need to know you did that because I want to make one. You know,
I actually sticked around for the cosplay.
oh, how was
parade.
it?
It was good. I was hoping if they did a cosplay of Dio, but it never happened.
Oh,
Mhm. I was actually bizarrely impressed with the minimalist. Oh God,
the walrus,
the walrus from Gorath. Yeah,
Magma.
Meguma, whatever it is.
We have three
It
different
was-
pronunciations here.
It was so minimalist, and I love. It's like I know exactly who that is. That is so fantastic. The Megagaris was oh good lord, it was phenomenal. I can't believe that one person made that. It just I can't build in 3 dimensions. I can design anything, but I just can't build. And it just floors me that the inventiveness and the abilities of these men and women to just construct these things. I wish I had their talent. That's it.
Yeah. Oh, wait. Got a comment here from Cody. He says, "Gotta go, but it was a blast listening to this. It was nice meeting you, Nathan and Ryan. Wonderful human beings. Hope to meet you next year, Damon. Stay awesome."
See you in 2 and 2.
Yeah. But yeah, so we ended up unfortunately missing out on that. But I've saw some of the costumes. They were great. I'm sure a video of it will show up somewhere on YouTube. And, so I'll be able to see what I missed. But I think, honestly, it was probably just good for us to just unwind.
Yeah.
And just not do anything and just chill.
Take some time off, be ourselves.
Yeah.
Yeah.
On.
Have some serious conversations for once. And, what did you do, Ryan? Did you go introvert for the rest of the night?
Pretty much.
Okay.
And then
I can respect
for
that.
another sleepless night.
Yeah. Well, I say all of that. And then I decided it was because of you, Brendan.
Right.
You basically helped me make the decision because you were like, you know what, guys, I bought a ticket to -1.
Oh,
but I
yeah.
don't think I've got to go. Then I looked at you and was like, so you already bought a ticket and you're just not going to use it? No, give it to me.
Yeah, I did.
So
And
so you texted me the digital ticket.
Yep, and then you gave me a refund.
And I paid you for it. Yeah, I paid you for it. It's like, here, have $15. I'll pay you back for it. So I decided, because I knew a few people, including Matt Walsh, but not that Matt Walsh, who was, it will never not be funny, but who was gonna go. Probably not my wisest decision. I coined the phrase because we got in there, and at that point, my 300 milligrams had completely worn off. my powers were fading. Fading. And yeah, it's like that scene in the Star Wars. Your powers are weak, old man. That's what it was starting to feel like. But I was still trying to maintain the energy. I was just like, no, I'm fine, guys. Look at me. I'm going to see -1 at J-Fest. This is going to be great. I've seen this movie like 10 times at the movie theater, which is not as many as Elijah Thomas, but I'm still gonna do it. And I've got Matt sitting behind me, and he's like, bro, you are crashing like a blimp. And I said, like the Hindenburg? And so we coined the phrase Hindenburging. I was Hindenburging.
The humanity.
Yeah, most of them. Oh, the humanity. For most of that movie, I was crashing. I was able to follow it. I stayed awake, but they had all the trailers, and they showed Godzilla Fantasia beforehand, and then the movie's nearly 2 hours long. So when it was all said and done, we were there until like just after 1 o'clock in the morning.
I'm glad I passed.
I drove.
Yeah, I'm glad I passed too.
Yeah, I drove myself. So I went and got into the car and just crawled back to the hotel. I am amazed I stayed functional.
Did you really?
Functional
sound
enough. Functional enough.
It's a good
But
thing
as soon as I got back to the hotel room, I just changed clothes and collapsed onto the bed.
Yeah. And the good thing I passed on this one because I had to go back to my room and study for my Ebra podcast. And,
Yeah, the panel.
well, the panel. I mean,
yeah. Thankfully, the crowd was better than I was expecting. They only tried to clap, I think, at one inappropriate spot that made me want to slap someone, but mostly they were just clapping at stupid moments. You know, like when the dead irradiated fish come up to the water, they're like, "Ah!" Like, what the fuck is
Dead fish? Yeah. It's like clapping for Skeleturtle.
Yeah. Worse than that, really. At least Skeleturtle's a meme. And I don't know. So there was only one time where I felt, and I stopped myself. But if it had happened again, I would have said, "I will slap you." Yeah, I was surprised because I was waiting. I was waiting for more clapping at stupid things, and it still kind of happened, but not at points that made me angry.
Well, there aren't that many stupid things in -1.
You'd be surprised when I say stupid things. I mean, like they clap at inappropriate times.
Oh, well, that's different.
Yeah, that's what I mean. So, I thankfully, that did not happen.
So it wasn't like that one King of the Monsters screening I went to a few years ago where they were clapping every 5 seconds.
Oh my God.
Literally, I timed it.
I think it was Godzilla versus Kong.
No, it was King of the Monsters.
Was it King of the Monsters? Okay, maybe it was. Like the Monsterverse crowd is different and
very different.
Monsterverse fans kind of annoy me. But well, strictly Monsterverse fans kind of annoy me. But anyway, let's move on to day
You say
3.
that knowing I'm one, so
yeah. Well, yeah. I mean, I mean, like that's the only bit of Godzilla that they partake of is just that.
It's like 98 lovers.
Oh,
only like Gino,
which makes no sense to me. But anyway, we'll go on to day 3. So after dealing with my mild caffeine hangover, I decided to pump 300 more milligrams of it into my system because us crazy. And my first thing that day, that's funny, Jake, that you're saying you got to go. He's saying he has to go to bed now. Says have a great rest of the stream because I'm about to talk about when you come into the story. Because I did the Ultraman The Wilderness Years, which was billed as a Henshin Power V3 live episode. Yep. Unfortunately, neither of my co-hosts made it to G-Fest. And so I had to remote in Jake because Chris was just completely unavailable, unfortunately. Yeah, okay, now he's going to stay for a minute. I win. But anyway, so thanks to the work that we had done, Ryan, I was able to figure out how to make this work. This was in panel room 3. However, I was a little terrified because there was nobody there in the entire lead up to this panel, which was at 10 o'clock. I think it was at 10 o'clock in the morning. If I remember, it's 10 or 11 in the morning. 10. And so I was like, please do not make me the one guy who gets nobody.
Oh no.
For this panel. Please don't. And then right before we were supposed to start, we had 2 people come in. It looked like a father and son. And I'm like, okay, I'm going to wait 5 minutes to see if more people come in. And then like a couple more people trickle in. And then I'm like, all right, we're just going to start. So we started. And then more people slowly started coming in as we went on. And by the end of it, we had a respectable crowd.
That's good.
But it shocked me because I'm like, it's an Ultraman panel. Why is nobody here? Why is nobody coming? And I don't know. What was my competition? Maybe that was what did it.
Your competition was Subaraya, but not
Subaraya,
Ultraman.
but not Ultraman. Yeah, I think it was that. I think that, and that was Kevin Derendorf. So that's a draw.
And then there were movies, films of Taguchi and King of the Monster Flicks.
Yeah, and King of the Monster Flicks. Yeah, so there was some decent competition going on at the time, so that might have contributed to it. But, I still thought that panel went pretty well, especially given the way it had to be set up to do it, having to remote it in. I would have definitely preferred having both Jake and Chris there with me. I don't know. Maybe that should be something I submit next year. It needs to be a panel for all three of us, but I need to make sure all three of us are going to be there.
Yeah.
Before I decide to do that. I don't know. Like I said, I have ideas about what I will probably submit for next year, but we'll see how that goes. One would probably be me and Elijah. I'm not sure.
Oh.
When I told Elijah about it, he's like, "Can I be on that one?" It's like, I get it to happen, sure. But yeah, so that panel was okay. It was this. I put a lot of work into it, but it came this close to being a disaster because I was afraid people wouldn't show up. And
the one people didn't show up for was the Bravestorm one.
Yeah, and I was going to skip ahead to that one because I had about an hour between panels, and then I had my last panel of the day of the weekend, which was Bravestorm, the Forgotten Toku revival. Which there's quite the origin for that one with us, Ryan. That was initially going to be an Atomic Roast video. And I said, I have the movie, but I haven't watched it yet. So then I watched it. I'm like, what the F is this? And so we were very serious about making the Atomic Roast happen. But then things just kept getting away from us, and it just kept getting pushed back and pushed back and pushed back. And then you said, I'll just submit it as a panel at G-Fest. It's like, okay, go ahead. And then to my surprise, they took it. So like, well, I guess we're making it happen. Now, there's still going to be a follow-up video because there was a part of this when we were trying to make it a riff, basically a riffing script. Like a nostalgia critic style video where we're like, we just like, you just play that one clip and the jokes just write themselves.
Yeah.
Did they write themselves, and they were all completely G-Fest inappropriate.
Yeah, you look confused. The thing is, the enemy robot in this movie, the pilot is situated between the robot's legs.
Oy, Testostocles.
Yeah, bye, Jake. Good night. But yeah, and I was not. He just said to watch it, and I watched, and I went into it completely blind. And so when I got to that point, I think I even texted you just like, "What is this?
What in the actual robot hell is this?"
Yeah, what in the actual robot hell is this? You either do this on purpose or you're completely clueless. Like everyone involved is just completely clueless.
Yeah,
there's no middle ground with this, and yeah, the jokes themselves, and we couldn't say any of them. So there will be a follow-up video once we have the panel video out.
I was tempted to skirt the line, but I didn't. Like I was considering saying, so we're supposed to keep this appropriate, but as you can see from where this pilot is located, that's very hard. Difficult. I didn't want to press my luck, though. I want to.
Yeah, but it's a great line.
Yeah.
Oh, I think my favorite one from the script, I think I can safely say this one, is I think the way I'm going to do it is I'm just going to look at the camera and as deadpan as possible, just say, cockpit.
Yeah.
And he just doesn't want to leave things hanging there.
Trust me,
I mean, he's in a very vulnerable position.
Oh, trust me, we've got so many of these. You have no idea.
Oh boy!
Like I said, so much gold and we couldn't touch it. But
unintentional wah-wahs.
Good grief! What is wrong with you, man?
You know how often he has to censor me on the podcast?
I'm guessing a lot.
He would make a sailor blush. Anyway.
He jets all over me.
Yeah, all over. But anyway, yeah. So we had a pretty decent turnout for that. And I think we actually took a survey. It's like, how many people have actually seen this? and I think only about a third of the people there had seen
That's
it.
still an awful lot of people. That's pretty impressive.
For just such a weird little movie. And we
Yeah.
He's back.
hi Kiryu Goji, how you doing? But anyways, yeah, so that was a pretty good one. We still riffed on it hard, but we mostly were talking about it's because it's basically a glorified indie film. So we talked about its origins and the people who worked on it
And its missed potential.
and its missed potential. But and I had my rant about the botched DVD release. It's just like the whole rollout for this thing is so stupid. It's so incredibly stupid. First off, the disc actually says it has English and Japanese, both in like 5.1 stereo and regular stereo.
Rockbuster activate.
Yeah. I'm not gonna quite. I'm not gonna hit the button this time around, but yeah. But it's basically what you're getting, and so and then it says in fine print, mind you, that it has like English subtitles. Like it looks the way it's stated, it sounds like it's closed captions, but still subtitles. There is no language select menu on the DVD.
Oh no.
Technically, the Japanese audio track is on the DVD, but you have to manually switch to it once you start the movie with your remote. And there are no subtitles. Except there are. There are embedded subtitles in the movie because it has Star Wars style scroll up text to get to get a tiny bit of exposition done before it decides to bury you in more later, with dialogue. But so when that scroll up text is in Japanese, and they bother to put English subtitles at the bottom, so you know what it says, and then there's nothing else after that.
Mm-hmm.
I hate this disc so much. I hate it so much. But
Show me. Okay, hold it. Show me where the disc hurts you, and we'll get legal on it right away. You haven't heard the wrath of the Monster Island Legal Action Team.
Oh my word. So so we talked about that, and then we talked about all of the various problems it had, but we spent a lot of time talking about its missed potential because it's based on, was it Senkosha? Yeah. It's based on a couple of Senkosha shows, namely Silver Mask and Super Robot Red Baron.
With a little Iron King at the end.
With a little Iron King at the end. And we're like, if you had made a better movie or had saved this for like movie 3, you could have had an MCU using the pantheon of semi-obscure tokusatsu heroes that Senkosha made. And it would have been amazing. It could have been amazing. Like we were like, yeah, see this guy? It was like, what was it? Something Esper or whatever.
Esper, what was it?
It was something Esper, but we're like, there's your Iron Man. And then you have this guy here, the samurai. He's like the Phantom, almost the Captain America. And, like we're pointing out, like all of the archetypes you can pull from characters from Senkosha. What?
Moonlight Mask was the Captain America.
Moonlight Mask, that's what it was, because he was the veteran hero. He was the first one. And we're like, and then because they even did like their own little take on like Charlie's Angels, but it was like 7. It was like
and their own Bruceploitation.
And they had a Bruceploitation show. So we're like, here's your Iron Fist. Here's your you pick one of these girls, and they can be your Black Widow. Like they had every single archetype from this studio, and you could have thrown them all together as this super cool, obscure superhero team, and it would have been amazing. Because it ends on a cliffhanger. It literally says at the end of the movie, to be continued.
Oh, they.
Now, technically, the main story is self-contained, but then it has like this post-credit scene little stinger before the credits roll that promises more characters and ends on to be continued.
Of course.
And nothing ever came of it after that. And we're like, so much potential wasted.
I think he might be dead.
I'm awake.
Oh, whoa! Yeah, I was a little scared there, but anyway,
Did you bore him to death, Nathan?
I think I
Shame.
did.
Oh
But
no.
Sorry, I dozed off a little bit.
yeah, that's
Sorry.
fine. That's fine. But anyway, so that was my last panel of the day, and most of what I did after that was I tried sticking my nose into a few other panels, and I went and finalized any shopping and autographs before I decided to go to the last Pickwick showing, and that is definitely getting a rant master. But anyway, what did the rest of you guys do on Sunday?
Well,
yeah. Go ahead. Go ahead, please, Brandon. Go ahead.
Well, on the last day, I did my last panel. That is my second one. I mean, the first one I volunteer on for Shin Godzilla, but I did host Ebra Horror of the Deep, which the panel is called Godzilla versus the Sea Monsters: 60 Years of Lobster Fest.
Mm-hmm.
I thought it was a good title.
You did that with John LeMay, right?
Yeah, I couldn't have done it without John. I mean, he does an amazing job with the slideshow and all that. I mean, I'm thinking I'll create a slideshow for my own for next year's GFest for my future panels. I mean, which I'll hold on to that for now. I mean, but yeah, but the Ebra panel was great. I mean, I did my intro when we started. I was like, "Hello, everybody, and welcome to GFest 31." And then the crowds just cheered. I mean, it's almost like Autistic Lizard production live, like a live podcast. Except it's a panel. I mean, it was like an amazing experience and all that. I mean. Yeah, so I had John LeMay on here, and also with other friends too, like Kevin
Derendorf?
Yeah, I think so.
Oh, Kevin Horn.
Kevin Horn. I mean,
okay.
And my other and the other John. I mean, I forgot his last name.
Here, I'll keep talking. I'll look it up.
Yeah, I mean, they both did like amazing job with this panel with me, and then I did talk about the few parts of it. I mean, John did bring up about how this film was meant to be a Kong film.
John Schuerman,
yeah. And yeah, John LeMay, he did bring up about this film was meant to be a Kong film, but they replaced it with Godzilla thanks to Riken Bass, and then I did talk about the few few plots of it, like how the suit actors like how they are supposed to wear wetsuits for water scenes, and this is like, and the guy who played Godzilla is Hari Nakajima. This is like his challenging Godzilla film he ever did, because he has to fight a kaiju on water and underwater, of course, and yeah, it's just bit of a challenge for them, and then which I did brought up in the panel. I mean, I bet you guys already know this, but they actually, while they were fighting in the water, like when they film in that shot, I mean, they actually film it in the middle of winter. And yeah, I mean, I'm so glad I did this panel of one of my favorite Godzilla films from the Shona era. And I was before I started the panel, I mean, I was a little nervous of going up a stage. I mean, it's a different experience for me. It's a lot different than being on camera, like doing streaming like we're doing right now. Yeah. Doing these panels about these classic films is a lot different than doing a live stream about it. So yeah, it was like this is a more experience for me that got me more interested of doing more for future GFest.
Yeah. By the way, you're getting a little love in the chat here, Brendan.
It's okay, Brandon. I feel you.
Mhm.
Oh, thank you. And there's an A between the D and the N.
Yeah.
Actually, but
It's
that's okay. I get that a lot.
Yeah. And also, Autistic Bigfoot Brian says, okay, now I need to get to G-Fest one of these years. You should, dude. You should.
Yeah.
Come hang
Yeah,
out with come find me and let me know that you're there because you're one of my crazy new patrons. It'll be great. It'll be great.
Yeah.
Bring a book, I'll sign it.
Yeah. And-
burn your favorite episode of the podcast to a CD. I'll sign it. I don't.
It took me
Yeah.
20 years to get there, so
Yeah, and G-Fest
don't wait
is
that long.
And G-Fest is like home and heaven, especially the dealer's room. Whatever, you're gonna get this as a joke. I mean, whatever time I walk in the dealer's room, I felt like I'm in heaven. It's like I walked through the golden gates and I'm finally in heaven. It's like,
Brendan, do I dare ask how much money you spent in the dealer hall?
oh no. Yeah, Nathan, why you had to ask that question? I mean, that's
like asking a woman her age. Come on.
Well, unlike a woman's age, I'm going to take a wild guess and say for Brendan, it's 4 digits. Oh, rage quit.
Smart man. Never let them see you sweat, nor the digits of your bank account.
No, he's just got his avatar silently judging you.
I can feel it. I can
so
feel
much
it.
judgment.
Whoa. Did he like?
Oh,
wait,
he might be having connection issues.
I hope that's all it is. Otherwise, I'm like, oh crap! Did I overstep? Did I overstep here? Because I'm trying to get him.
I think it's connection.
Oh, okay. There.
Yeah,
okay,
I'm
scared me. You scared me, bro.
I hate to do this, guys. I'm gonna have to be leaving here pretty soon. So
that's what I was trying to do, but Nathan keeps adding me back in.
Are you trying to leave? You just say you gotta leave.
Yeah, because it's late and all that.
Yeah, it's fine. Just let me know you gotta leave. You want to leave? Okay.
Yeah, I already did talk about my panels and everything, and yeah, it's getting late, and I think I should probably get ready for bed.
Yeah, that's fine. Just don't scare me.
And I'm glad we had another year at G-Fest. I mean, hopefully next year will be better, and I'm gonna be sign up for which I'll hold on to for that for now. I mean, I'm just. But right now, I need to focus on my next vacation trip, a place where I can join the great outdoors, going fishing, swim in the lake, and maybe spend time with family. Yeah, I'll be going there actually in almost 2 weeks.
Okay,
and then after I get back, I promise y'all I'll be doing some more podcasts again and maybe doing unboxing videos again.
Okay.
Whenever time I feel like.
Okay.
All right. So good night, guys, and
good night.
Good night.
Yeah. You scared me there a little bit. Wasn't sure what was going on. All right. Well, I'll let you guys talk about what you did on Sunday because I want to get my rant in.
Okay. I'll make this quick.
I am very upset with the Pickwick.
I'll make this quick. I have to kind of get right after this. I do have to work in the morning, and I've had the last 3 days off, so it's going to be brutal. And the heat doesn't help. But you guys got smoke, so never mind.
The best gift ever from Canada. So thick that someone left the door open and it triggered the hallway smoke detector.
It's maple flavored. Come on, maple flavored smoke. It's the best kind. I attended what was it? I think it was the 1 million years BC, which is right before your Henshin panel. What did I do after that? I don't know if I had
see you very much on Sunday. Actually,
yeah,
I didn't see you much Sunday or Monday.
Yeah, Godzilla versus the Sea Monster. Well, you didn't see me Monday because I had to be at the airport by 5. Yeah. Godzilla versus Sea Monster. I went and saw Lobster Fest because I know how ridiculous that movie is. I know it's the whole history. I just wanted to see if there were any interesting new things that somebody could tell me. And no, but there's a lot of Condor love, so we gotta go that.
I will buy the action figure. It's
Yes.
still on the Godzilla story.
And then I think it was just I went to the Godzilla 94.
Mm-hmm.
That was interesting to me. And I think I went and got food for during the 2 to 3, and then the War of the Gargantuas was the last one I did.
Mm-hmm.
And that was pretty much it. I did hit the dealer's room after that, and it was starting to clear out around literally 4:00. The place started becoming a ghost town.
Mm-hmm.
I went down to Artist Alley, and half of them were gone.
Yes, I did go down to Artist Alley. I also went to the display room, and I talked with some people in Artist Alley, and I bought a print from Bob Eggleton. Because I had bumped into him actually at by the elevator and talked to him about a project that I'm working on, and I'm going to leave it at that for now. You guys want to know? Talk to me after the stream.
Yeah, I pretty much just wandered around. Bob Eggleton was gone by the time I got there. Matt Frank's stuff was way out of my price range. Otherwise, I would have gotten something from him. Yeah. All in all, I felt it was a much more relaxing G-Fest for me than the previous year. Because like I said, last year seemed to be a banner year for all these anniversaries. It just kind of lined up.
Mm-hmm.
And I wanted to see everything. There was so much that I didn't get to see because they all overlapped. And this year I could kind of pick and choose, and I did. And I didn't try to rush to anything. I didn't try to force myself to do anything. I probably ate better than I have in a long time because I was having breakfasts at the little buffet there in the mornings.
Yeah, I think next year I may actually carve out some, I have some money set aside to do the breakfast buffet at least one day.
It's like $25
yeah,
a shot, but still you can go back as much as you want. I tried not to overeat, never worked because it was pancakes and bacon and chicken sausage. So if you're offering that every morning, that's what I'm going to be eating every morning.
Mm-hmm.
Liver be damned.
Mm-hmm.
I didn't get a lot of swag this year. I got 2 t-shirts. And was it? I got some guy had these here it is. Dimagian Creations was down in Artist Alley, and he had these Godzilla ducks. It's like that he printed out, and I got one specifically because University of Oregon here in Eugene are the fighting ducks, and a rubber ducky shaped like Godzilla just kind of says it all, and it's really cute.
Mm-hmm.
And the other 2 were these 2 chibi versions of Godzilla and Anguirus. And I know that I've seen the set before. The set has 4 of them, and the other one was the other 2 were Mechagodzilla and Caesar. And they didn't have either one of those 2, but I'm an old school Anguirus fan, so gotta get those. And they were, again, incredibly cute, and they fit perfectly on my shelf. I didn't want to go overboard. They didn't have any Reptilicus stuff other than the one that Titanic Creations is doing, and I've already ordered that. There was no Giant Claw stuff, which again, not really a surprise. But there's, when you go into the dealer's room, right to the first thing to the right, there's the guy who's doing all the movies. That bin of VHS, DVD, and then Blu-ray. And I found a whole bunch of stuff for my slowly burgeoning, still in creation in the planning phase podcast. So a lot of good things. I got the green slime on Blu-ray. It's like, love that movie. It's ridiculous and stupid as it is.
Would it wound you if I told you I got a free signed copy from Linda Jo Miller?
Doesn't bother me at all. But if she ever shows up to one of these things, I will definitely bring that and get her to sign it, as well as my.
Tell her you're my friend and she'll treat you well.
as well as my copy of King Kong Escapes. Because come on, let's be
You
honest.
signed that for me too.
Yep.
You know what? I did see one giant claw thing there. There's one guy in the dealer's hall that does the T-shirts.
Yes, I have that one. Yeah.
Okay, so
Yeah, got that one and a Reptilicus one last year, and no one has done a Conga one. So, and I think
Yeah,
that's
but yeah,
probably-
you got a one of a kind piece of artwork.
yes,
with
I did.
With
That was
Tracy Bernice and Reggie.
that was for my birthday last year.
Birthday and Christmas.
Birthday, Christmas. My
I paid good
wife
money
and
for that.
my wife and Mr. Marchand conspired behind my back,
Yeah, we paid good money for that.
like the cheating
Jacob
scum they
Harris.
are.
He's good. He's
And
good.
hold on, I might have it here.
He's gonna show it off. Has it been framed? Well, he can't hear me.
gonna whip it out live.
Yeah. I'm still waiting for it to get framed. I love how that turned out.
My two favorite marionettes fighting each other. I want to see that movie. I want to see Reptilicus versus Lucacarnia.
I have no idea who's winning that.
Well,
antimatter versus ridiculous regeneration. I have no
Exactly.
idea who's winning that.
Well, here's the thing: every piece of him can potentially regenerate. So if she's clawing him, cutting off pieces of him, they're all going to eventually regenerate into other Reptilici.
And other very angry reptilici.
You're looking at a whole host of these things flying around, causing problems, and that's my kind of movie, baby.
Yeah, for sure.
If you just want pure insane marionette mayhem, that's my movie.
Yeah, there you go.
Anyway, so that was pretty much it. That last day at about 4:00, I went out for my isolationist time. I packed everything up because I had like a stack like this of movies that I had to try and fit into my bags. Almost didn't work. I had to leave some food I brought back.
See, that's why I bring a suitcase that's got little to nothing in it just for bringing stuff back.
Mm-hmm.
I already have an issue with having too much stuff in the house. My wife is a minimalist and I'm not. I'm a clutterist. And so we have decided
that things. Okay?
I really should not have more things that collect dusts other than movies and books. She gives me a free pass on movies and books, especially movies that have to deal with the atomic age. So for my eventual podcast. So
yeah, here, I'm just going to highlight this for you, Damon. I would actually love to see a 60s or 70s style Godzilla versus Reptilicus movie where Godzilla has to deal with an army of Reptilicus. Thank you,
know what?
I
think an animation would be great for that. Because it's the only way you can get that many Reptilici in the air at the same time. Or crawling along the ground. Have both male and female versions, winged and not.
I think that only exists in our funny little canon.
Well, and the biggest problem is Sid Pink, who's the producer of Reptilicus, and the co-creator with Ib Melchior. He's long dead. The couldn't figure out who owned the rights. Found out that Titanic Creations did their own research, and it's Sid Pink's son.
And
so
he
Pink
wanted
Jr.
too much money.
And he will not. Yeah, he pretty much won't allow it to be remade or reimagined or anything like that. So
good thing we have the Reptosaurus loophole.
It's a terrible loophole because have you seen that atrocious movie?
No, but I've read.
It's not even a good adaptation of the comic.
No.
Where was Alien Bob anyway? That's
that. Yeah, that was a disappointing part. No Alien Bob.
Yeah, no Alien Bob.
Anyway.
I will not stand for this. But anyway, yeah. So
hairstyle.
Yeah. Probably.
So, what did you do other than panel, Omni?
Well, I made one last trip to the dealer's room, and just a bit of advice for everyone who hasn't been yet but intends to go. Sunday, there is no line as the day wears on. You can just walk right in.
Mm-hmm.
And because people don't want to have to haul everything back that they hauled there, you can potentially haggle.
Mm-hmm.
So just a little bit of advice for everyone. I made my final rounds, through the artist alley. But then I waited for you to get back from the thing you're going to be ranting about, so we could meet up with some people for dinner. Stayed there for a little bit. Although I had dinner beforehand, I just had dessert when I met up with you guys, and I basically stayed until I didn't want to anymore and went back. But I know I keep saying that, but I'm kind of that's just kind of how I am. I'm kind of like, if it. I remember seeing a biography about Dean Martin at one point and hearing how, despite his public persona, he was like one of the most subdued members of the Rat Pack. Like one person said, if Frank Sinatra picked you out of the crowd and said, "You're coming with me and we're partying until it's 4 a.m," you went with Frank and you partied until it was 4 a.m. He wouldn't give you a choice. But if you tried that with Dean, he'd go, "Come on, Dean, we're going to paint the town red." Dean would just go, "F you, Frank." And and Frank just let him because he couldn't control him. One person. But so if I'm similar to Dean Martin in any way, it's that way. I'm not similar in any other way because, he was way too cool. So,
yeah. So, all right. A little bit of context here. So I skipped out on Kaiju Confessions because even though that's like the official, like unofficial closing ceremony of G-Fest, but the thing is, it's the same thing every year. It never changes. So I've seen it a couple of times. I'm like, I'm good. And I'm like, you know what? They're doing a bonus movie at the Pickwick. It's Roberta Mothra. Maybe I'll like it better on the big screen. I had that experience with some of the other ones, so let's see what happens. And I knew a few people who wanted to go. Originally, I was gonna join the Uber ride that was being provided by Grattan to Jackson and John LeMay. For whatever reason, the Uber never showed up. And then we're like, well, what are we gonna do? It's like, guys, I'll drive us. So we went and got my car and we drove there. Here's where it's going to start getting dicey. First off, you need to know that one of the unfortunate themes of this year's G-Fest is other things associated with G-Fest were using AI to make stuff. There were AI-generated menus by both Perks, and the Red Bar and all this, so like the restaurants made these AI-generated menus, and they would put them up on screens that would, it was like a slideshow to go throughout the day so you could see what was available and things like that. Also, at the Pickwick, they took Gfantis, the mascot for the convention that was designed by Bob Eggleton, and used AI to turn it into a 3D model that could move for a couple of seconds.
The painting still looks good, though.
Yeah, the painting is still great. This is still great, but they used AI to make it into. They turned it into a 3D moving model with AI. All right, and you know what? If it had ended there, that would have been fine. It would have been fine. Grandmaster activated. So, first off, the thing you got to know is, for whatever reason, Toho switched to a different aspect ratio in the 80s and 90s. I don't know what the official name is for it, but it's like a weird middle ground between proper widescreen, so think Toho scope, and 4:3 old school TV aspect ratio. They did like this weird middle ground for it. The screen for the Pickwick is giant, and it is very much a widescreen format. Roberta Mothra is in that weird middle ground aspect ratio, and it was the only movie they showed the entire weekend that wasn't going to fit their screen.
Oh no!
So they started playing the movie. It was the subtitled version, which I kind of expected. Guess what? The way they had the projector set up, it was cutting off the bottom part of the frame, which included half of the second line of the subtitles. We put up with that because I'm like, it's got to be the aspect ratio because of that weird aspect ratio. So I guess we're just going to put up with it. And then they paused the movie. And there was already some technical glitches when they were trying to, throughout, even when they were just trying to play the movie by itself. Then they paused the movie, adjusted the projector so you can see the subtitles, but the top of the frame was getting projected onto that little bit of wall between the screen and the ceiling. So the tops of people's heads were getting cut off. And you know what? I still would have put up with that. But then after they played that for a little bit, they paused the movie again. And then a poor theater employee comes down there. This poor girl comes down there and she gets a microphone trying to talk to people. The microphone doesn't work. So she just uses her theater voice to talk to us. And she's okay. Either you're going to have the top of the frame cut off, the bottom of the frame cut off, or we'll use a different file, but it's only the dub. And then I didn't really participate in this, but then the crowd made the mistake. They started chanting for the dub.
Oh no.
All right. So they switched to a new file, started the movie over. Okay, this is like 15 minutes into this whole thing. All right. Restarted the movie. And I noticed, oh yeah, it's fitting in the frame. Fitting within the screen now. I don't know how, but it's fitting. But then we started noticing, I'm sitting next to Jackson and John, okay? And then there's like Danny and Danielle and some other people on the other side of me. But then we started noticing that it looked weird. Something felt off. At first, I thought it was a low-res file. Because of seeing Sea Monster with all the pixels. No! They used an AI upscale to force this thing to fit within a normal widescreen aspect ratio. And there were certain things that this AI could not render. If you've seen Roberta Mothra, you know that it doesn't have it doesn't really have miniature cities, but it has a lot of miniature landscapes. It takes place in a forest, so that has miniature forests. The AI didn't know what to do with all of those tiny trees. And don't even talk about water. Anytime there's water on this thing, it doesn't know what to do with water. See, I'm coughing. It's getting to me so bad. And if anything glinted on someone's face, it did weird things. Like if people's eyes glinted in certain shots, it made their eyes look kind of weird. What it really screwed up was people's teeth. If people's teeth glinted, it made them look like they had braces. I was like, why does everything look so weird? This doesn't look right. What is going on? And then, then the special effects start kicking in hard. And when there's a bunch of particle effects and explosions and fire and smoke and all of that stuff on screen, this AI really didn't know what to do with any of it. And the one who suffered the most because of it was Descadora. Descadora had this weird plasticky glossy sheen when he was surrounded by all these particle effects. He looked really weird. And I'm not even giving you the half of this. Like everything in these frames, it looked off. It looked strange. It was just so grievous after a while. And it was so bad that John and Jackson left. And John bought both of us tickets. He bought both of us tickets. He walked out, and I found out later they got their money back. I thought I could muscle through it. Jackson was the one who told me, he's like, this is an AI upscale. And I'm like, that's why it looks weird. And so I tried to muscle through it. But if you've seen the movie and you know about, spoiler warning, the death of Mama Mothra, which is by far the best scene of the movie. Again, with all the water effects and everything, that got ruined by this AI because the image looked awful. And at that point, I'm like, I can't do this anymore. That's like a little over an hour or so into the movie. And I walked out, went into the vestibule, called up John and said, I couldn't do it anymore. I'm going to try to muscle through it because there's some people here I'm not sure I'll get a chance to say goodbye to later. But when I see you, I'm going to pay you back for the ticket. And he said, no, it's okay, man. Don't worry about it. I was like, fine, you get a free book. And because I brought my book supply with me, so he got a free book. I made the man sign I realized I have like 90% of John's library, and I have it, and I've been friends with him for years, and I haven't made him sign every single one of them. So I made him sign a bunch of my books. So I went in, muscled through it, and then I walked over and told everybody, we made a mistake. That was an AI upscale. And then they were like, that's why it looked weird. Yeah. And John told me when he walked out, he didn't stay long enough to get more details, but it sounded like somebody, one of the theater employees was getting chewed out for the whole thing. So I'm guessing somebody may have gotten fired over this.
Ooh.
But I am just like, what in the actual Christian hell are you doing? Okay. Surely there should have been a way to set up the projector so that it just zoomed out a little bit. So yeah, we're going to have, basically black bars on either side of the screen, but at least the entire frame would have been in there and not AI'd into hell. It was not how I wanted to finish G-Fest. It was, oh my.
Well, that's why we had dinner afterward.
Yeah, thankfully, because I got back and I was just like, the air had just been ripped right out of my sails. And I'm just like.
I remember seeing you and you looked like you had been to war.
Yeah, it was so terrible. Because I'm thinking to myself, I haven't watched this movie probably since 2020 when I did an episode on it, but I have the Blu-ray. I know it doesn't look like this. It looks better than this. So now I don't know if seeing it in the theater makes it a better experience, because other than that first 15 minutes, and that's even that's debatable. I didn't actually see the movie on the big screen. I saw an AI abomination pressing itself off as the movie. Yeah. That was the end of G-Fest for me. Other than having dinner with some people afterward.
On that down note, sorry.
Yeah. I got it out of my system, and hopefully some people learn some very hard lessons about this.
I certainly
Find a better projectionist. There's a better solution than running this video file through some over-the-counter AI software to try to make it fit. And I don't know what AI software they used, but it destroyed that movie.
Yeah, sounds like it.
Absolutely destroyed it. Yeah.
Well, as I said on that note, it is late for me. I need to get up early.
Yeah. Don't let me keep you.
6 hours.
So. For all of us.
Yeah. Don't let me keep you. Go do your thing.
But I was happy to be here. Glad to be a part of it. Glad you asked, forced, cajoled to get me on stage. Manipulated the forces of nature to get me up there. Finally. After a year. But looking forward to next year already. I know that sounds weird, but
yeah, I am too, and I'm gonna go out of my way to make next year better.
I think we've got a great idea for one panel at least.
Yeah, well, and yeah, like I said, I don't want to overdo it with panels.
Exactly. I've only got one other idea.
Strict. I'm going to be very strict about what I do for panels next year.
Leave the overdoing to Danny.
Yeah, he doesn't understand, like, what do they call that? Moderation.
Yeah,
he thinks moderation is moderating.
If you had to struggle with the word, do you know it?
Shh.
Yeah. Danny doesn't want to do a bunch next year. Elijah definitely does not want to do a bunch next year.
You do too much, you end up being G-Fest rather than experiencing G-Fest, and
yeah. There's like a cabal of us younger fans who are like, we're going to take it over in 5 years.
And that's fine. But then again, that becomes
joking.
a responsibility. So
yeah, I'm joking. But anyway, you go.
I will go.
Be responsible. Thank you for being here.
We're not going to
be on much longer, but we'll wrap this up because maybe I should have kept the start time at 7.
All right. See you guys
later around this time.
Yeah.
So long.
Bye.
Bye. That took him a second. We'll do it live. But yeah. So that was kind of the end. And unfortunately, the other thing was I wasn't able to meet up. We had dinner with Zimzilla and a couple of his friends, and it was a pleasant conversation. But there were some people I was hoping to hang out with on Sunday night, like I usually do. It didn't happen this year, and that was disappointing. So that's another reason why this year kind of got brought down for me. But hopefully all that's left is just going up after this. And then I think you flew out early the next morning, right?
Very early.
Yeah. And obviously the return flight was all right.
Well, actually, it crashed and I died on the way there. But
then who am I talking to?
Well, hey, you set up an appointment, I make it.
Oh, accidental necromancy. Got it. Anyway, there you go. Yeah, I hung around for a bit. I wandered around a little bit. I kind of went onto the outskirts of the official after party at the patio, and again, joined Patreon to get the to get the G Fest After Dark edition. Because boy howdy, things. And
not Godzilla versus the.
No, not at all. And so we spent the morning getting everything out of the room and trying to say goodbye to people, which was again more difficult than I wanted it to be. And packing everything up, checking out. And yeah. Then I drove back and it took it was probably about 3.5, 4 hours getting back, depending on traffic. And I had there was a friend who wanted to visit. I hadn't seen in a bit, and he was he showed up not long after I got back, and I had Brush of the God and the new Gigabash DLC with Zero and Belial waiting for me. So there you go.
Not bad.
Also, the autistic Bigfoot says that you ended up on the island from Lost.
Well, that's a big spoiler.
Yeah, big spoiler. Yeah, so like I said, it's like a low to mid-tier G-Fest for me this year. I was way too busy. When I was the panels were great, as I was saying, but I was still doing and the writer stuff was amazing, but I did too much, missed out on some things, missed out on some people. And then you had the weirdness with that last Pickwick screening and all this other stuff, and it sucked a little bit of the fun out of G-Fest for me. How was it for you?
Well, considering I hadn't been in a while, it was good to go back. I mean, I wasn't nearly as busy as you, obviously, so I could pace myself a little bit more. And hey, look on the bright side. At least one of those panels we were on, we really didn't have to do all that much.
No, we didn't, which was definitely beneficial. Do you think you'll make it next year?
Here's hoping. It's my plan at this point. I'm already thinking up other panels I can potentially submit.
Yeah, keep me in the loop in case you want me on any of them. That way I can kind of coordinate with other people. It's like, okay, how many are people submitting so I know how many I should submit to not panel myself into oblivion.
Yeah. That's the trick.
Yeah. It's the trick, especially when they just decide to take everything.
Yep. I've often wondered if we should try resubmitting the proposed Rift Tracks panel that I thought of a few years ago.
As long as we can make absolutely sure that all the stuff we're showing is
why don't we could just do the two Fleischer Superman things that are him fighting the Godzilla analog and the Kong analog.
And the giant robots.
Yeah. Those are definitely public domain. So
those are definitely public domain. I don't know. We'll figure something out, but I can see all of those working. But again, I want to do it like Rift Tracks Live, so it's scripted, so we know when to do it, and not just make it up as we go. I've been to panels where they try to riff it live, and only about half the jokes land.
Plus, there's the potential to step on each other's lines and everything. So Yeah, you got to do it. You got to be prepared for that kind of thing.
Yeah. I don't know. I think is the original dub version of Gamera public domain? It
I've
may or
heard
may not be.
I thought it was.
I don't know. That one's confusing. Some of those educational shorts, man. I wish we could get away with
could do
those.
segments from the silent version of The Lost World.
Yeah, we could do clips from the Lost World. Yeah, like there's ways to do it.
Yeah.
You know, where we can be safe. I mean, if we waited until 2029, we could rip Kong, no problem.
I don't know if it's public domain. There is a Loch Ness Monster movie from 1934, Secret of the Loch. That's public domain. It's the one where Nessie is a giant iguana, basically.
Yeah. I mean, it's possible that they didn't renew the copyright on that one.
You never know, because like some things they don't renew it, some things it gets mislabeled. Well, very rarely.
Yeah,
but
I don't know. That's a year from now.
Yeah,
that's a problem for future Nate and future Ryan,
and whoever else we drag into it,
in the future. We don't need to worry about that now.
Mm-hmm.
Right now, it would probably be a good time to close out tonight's stream that, as usual, goes over long. But I'm glad that we had everybody that we did in the chat. Thank you for joining us. And thank you, Brendan and Damon, for joining us. Thank you for joining me, Omni. It was much appreciated. I'm glad that I kept the crowd smaller this time around, much easier to manage, and probably would have been even longer if we had more people on it.
Quite possible.
Yeah. And you should totally come join us, Brian.
I
think you'd have a good time. You would have a good time. You know, and if you're running into any trouble, just let one of us know and we'll help you out. All right.
You recognize me. You only might.
You only might. And it's only if he's wearing the hat and the shirt and the vest. The whole ensemble. Otherwise,
and the kids too. I have to do that in public.
Yes, for sure. For sure. All right. And with that, cue the credits. Even though Jimmy's not here. Thank you for listening to the Monster Island Film Vault, a podcast produced and hosted by Nate Marchand. Our executive producer is Damon Noyes. If you want to be heard on the show, we'd love to hear from you. So, email us at monsterislandfilmvault@gmail.com or leave comments on YouTube or Spotify. Check the show notes and monsterislandfilmvault.com for Linktree links to all of our socials, including our Facebook group and Discord server, The Markalite Lounge. Be sure to follow Jimmy from NASA and our other colorful characters on X/Twitter. Our logo was created by Rebecca Hudgens. Follow her on X/Twitter and Instagram at super_R_illustrations. Sound effects sourced from freesound.org and created by JP Gant. Our theme song is Wanderer on the Offensive, live edited by B33J, Sarax, Juan Madrano, and Nonsensical Lexus, which is a remix of Counterattack and The Open Way by Koatani from Shadow of the Colossus. Our music includes Ultraman Rap, Artist Unknown, and Chant My Name, a cover by Second Archive of the song by Masaki Endo, with additional tracks from the 4Kids dub of Ultraman Tiga. All film and audio clips belong to their respective copyright holders, and no infringement is intended or implied. Visit our TeePublic store, the Monster Island Gift Shop, to purchase official MIFV merch. Please rate and review us on Apple Podcasts, Spotify, and or Podchaser to spread the word about the show. You can even support us by joining MIFV Max on Patreon. MIFV is a Moonlighting Ninjas media production and a proud member of Pod Nation and the Culture Box Network. Sayonara!